just want to make sure you got this.
All the pine trees are full of fungus. You know, everywhere.
Yeah, it's the only one that, it's the only one, see how I run this for you? I'm making myself a new one, yeah. Yeah, it just got a couple of check marks for me checking these years. If you don't have this sheet, you can't get back to figure the other part out.
Do we know how many
Yeah, but that's,
potential
without that
subscribers
sheet,
we
you're
have?
much disadvantaged.
You know how many subscribers we have in
Look like you're on the
relation
right
to the
track.
county when it comes to that subscriber
You've been
number
collecting. You're not gonna have to go back and
for the emergency?
beg for forgiveness. You know, and the O and M actually was less than what they told us that one time. Way up there, and they've kind of spread that out a little bit over time, which is nice.
You ever watch Langley Gauge at all?
Oh, yes, what they discharge out the gate and what, part of that, you know, comes out of the dam.
Was
leaks out
that
of
for
the
just
dam.
radios, or was that radios and
And then-
dispatch?
Yeah, and I
Okay, we have no awards or proclamations. This brings us to Citizens Forum. This is a chance for individuals to come forward with a topic that is not on the agenda. If you come forward, please give your name and address, and we will give you 5 minutes. Is there anyone to come forward during Citizens Forum?
My name is Susan Herman. I live at 741 Willow Drive here in Salina over by Centennial Park. I walk every day, and I walk over around the park, and it's good for me, but I enjoy looking at the park. Sadly, our park looks terrible and has for several weeks. I called the Parks Commission and I asked why it hadn't even been mowed for at least 2 weeks, and I think maybe longer. The weeds have grown out over the curb, into the gutter, into the street. It just looks terrible. We are so busy as a community trying to make our city look better, but it doesn't help if we have a ratty looking park. And I see no need for it. I went on over to the Friendship Center. I walked down Willow, down Plum, get on Hemlock and walk around over within a block of the Friendship Center. This morning I decided I would try to go down the ramp with my Cadillac here. And going down that ramp, that used to be so prettily landscaped, and it's been overtaken by weeds. No attention has been given to that for some time. There's a tree limb that's been over there in the park, laying on the ground for over a month. Has not been picked up. I don't understand why. I called and they said they were short-handed. The budget had been cut. I can't remember what else. But you know, I was a supervisor years ago, and if we were short-handed, we figured out a way that we could make the product and what we needed to do, and got it done. I see no reason why we, as managers of a park or whatever, can't do the same. It's not good. And I'm just really sad and sickened by the thought that it's going, if it continues, that is not going to be a pretty little park like it was before. It's not now. Some of the weeds are high enough that they're growing around the fire hydrants. And that's not good either. But I'm just saying, if it's budget cuts and that kind of thing, we need to look at what we can do to make it better and to get these parks taken care of. They tell me our park isn't the only one that's been neglected. But the neglect is definitely showing. Definitely showing. It's not nice. And I invite everybody to take a drive by there and take a look, because it's not good. And tomorrow we got boating, and people will be going down that sidewalk ramp, the Friendship Center, and it's just a jungle there on that south side of it. It's not good. And I realize there's probably steps I should have taken before coming here, maybe going to the city manager or whatever, but something needs to be done. And it needs to be done now, because anymore, you're not going to have the landscape thing there at Friendship Center. And the south end of that park is going to be overgrown with weeds on the curb in the street. but actually going in the street. I guess actually I just came to gripe and to let somebody know we need to do something, because you can't let it go. And the grass is getting high enough that nobody wants to go walk through the park like they have. And I'm proud to say that we've gotten more walkers in the area, which is a good thing. But it can also be a dangerous thing if you have a contraption like this and try to go through and stay out of the way of traffic. So I'm just asking, would you please take a look at that and see what you can do to get this taken care of? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed your name. Is it Susan? I'm over. I can't tell who's talking, can you?
Yeah.
Is name Susan?
Herman.
Thank you for your comments, and we've been discussing that up here. I live over by Jerry Ivy Park, and we have the same concerns. Just to update you, because of COVID-19, we did furlough and are doing a lot of work share programs, not knowing exactly what our income was going to do. So we did cut staff, and we did tell everybody that it was going to be painful. And we are in the process, I think, of looking at numbers and how some of the sales tax numbers have been coming in, and we're currently discussing bringing some more staff back on. So we appreciate. I know you said you're here to gripe. Well, it's a legitimate gripe. Our parks do look somewhat shaggy now. We know that, and so bear with us, and we'll try to get them back the way they were.
Okay, I hope so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Commissioners, if it's helpful, as you may recall, we typically hire about 88,000 hours of part-time labor, including Kenwood Cove. We didn't hire, as part of the budget cuts this year, we didn't hire any of that. And then with the work share that you described, we took our mowing and maintenance staffing to 20% of what it previously was. So you have all the part-time staffing that we didn't bring on board, and then we took our full-time staffing down to 20%. So next week, staff plans to present to you a financial update and study session, which will be the opportunity to report out to you what we know about April and May sales tax activity or sales activity, and then I think we can start to have a conversation about staffing levels.
And of course, of all years, we would get a bit of a rainy summer, so everything's green and growing. You know, a lot of years we don't have to worry about that. So, okay, next.
Commissioners, Dalton McDowell, 514 South 9th. Some of your parks, I would give Rick and his crew, they're doing an amazing job with what they have, with forestry only having 2 to 4, I believe. I cannot remember what Rick told me. And the forestry supervisor on a mower every day. They're doing a great job. I actually met with them last Monday. Doing a great job. But if we don't get something done with your flower beds and all your pruning and stuff at these parks, you're going to most likely be looking in the 6 figures to get it back to what it used to be. But I understand with budget cuts, it is what it is. But Hutch, and I looked at some other towns with about around the same population, they cut their office staff. They did not cut their parks, rec, and their street division, their public works staff. They cut their office staff. I don't know, it might be too late to do something like that. But all I am going to say is Rick is doing as best as he can with as low money as he has to do it.
Thank you, Dalton. And I do believe you can answer this, Mr. Scragg, but we did cut office staff also.
Correct. The first thing we did was we classified employees as essential and non-essential as it related to the emergency paid sick leave provisions, and everyone that was identified as non-essential was put on some type of work share. So administrative staff, office staff, and employees across the organization. The police was fairly unaffected other than detectives and some admin staff. Fire and ambulance were fairly unaffected. The remainder of our organization participated in work share across the board.
And Dalton, if it makes any difference, I think I can speak for the commission here. None of us are being critical of park staff. we understand they're understaffed and that's the reason it looks that way. So, yeah. So, yeah. Nonsense. You said that, not me. So, do we have anyone else that would like to come forward during Citizens Forum?
Luke Stanford, Salina, Kansas. I just wanted to say that, so 2 weeks ago we gave a policy proposal about the policing in Salina and the pros and cons of an LAAB and such. I was just wondering if we can get any sort of idea of like, has the ball been like sort of rolling on that or anything like that? And I also just wanted to ask if we can kind of get a commitment to like September 7th. It's a Monday. It's, I believe, 49 days afterwards, because we did say we would try to stick to a 45-day time frame. And so I was just wondering, I understand that there's a lot of other stuff that's going on right now, but I was just wondering if we can get any sort of update on that. But that's just the only thing I had to say.
We'll let Mr. Scragg address. I know they're working on that. I'm not sure we're a hard set date yet. It's when we're going to do a proposal.
Well, actually,
but-
staff's working, meeting on a regular basis to respond to the topics that we identified. September 7th is Labor Day, so you won't have a regular city commission meeting on that date. The 14th, we've scheduled a tour of the Lee buildings in conjunction with an action item that should be coming forward. So we have on your calendar for September 21st a study session presentation on that topic.
Thank you.
And it wouldn't be possible to go to the
Yeah, I don't have
study
the-
session prior to Labor
Yeah,
Day?
I don't have the agenda planner called up, but I think we looked at that and ended up on the 21st for a reason.
Okay. Anyone else for Citizens Forum?
Joan Ratzliff, Salina. I'm here to talk about ethics again. A couple years ago, I started talking about it, about the ethics policy and training for employees or board members, because the board that I'd served on for 5 years, ending 1 year ago, had never had the training. I understand they still have not, even though I brought it up repeatedly. So there was an ethics policy adopted June 2017, and that is number 17-7463. It was followed with resolution number 17-7469, adopted August 14, 2017. And I want to point out a couple things it says. Section 3, Guidelines for Operations. It shall be the policy of the City Commission to follow the guidelines outlined hereafter regarding the operation of citizen boards, etc. Under B, Orientation. All new board and commission members shall complete orientation training within 90 days of their board appointment. City staff is directed to provide the required orientation training and related materials for all new board and commission members. This orientation training shall include, but not be limited to, and it goes through several things, a review of the ethics policy. The city clerk's office will provide all committee members with orientation material applicable to service on all city boards and commissions. Under F, annual training. For those boards and commissions that meet on a regularly scheduled basis, city staff shall provide annual training regarding the ethics policy of the City of Salina. The city manager shall ensure that all department heads and board liaisons are also adequately training regarding the ethics policy of the City of Salina. Thank you.
Thank you.
was just going to ask where we do stand on that, because we had a pretty vigorous discussion at our last meeting regarding a planning commissioner who participated in a meeting and then later was asked to recuse himself. And I mean, obviously, we've had that in the very recent past, but going forward, I mean, Ms. Ratzlaff read us our own policy, which we don't appear to be following. So how do we fix that?
With respect to the planning commission with respect to the boards and commissions supported by development services, I think they've had protocol in place for quite a while that on an annual basis they do that. The part of the issue is attendance, and part of the issue is standardization. So the two things that I've been trying to work on is a different approach where we're not dependent on physical attendance at one meeting at any given point in the year. So you may recall that we conducted a session with the Kansas Attorney General's office as related to Kansas Open Meetings, Kansas Open Records. That was, all board and commission members were invited, as well as other bodies beyond just the city of Salina. I can't tell you what the attendance was, but we had a fair number of people there, but nowhere near full attendance on the part of the invitees. So the intention is to try to, and we took video of that with the permission of the Attorney General's office, which struck me as a little bit ironic that we had to have a conversation about whether we could record their presentation in an open meeting. But nonetheless, we recorded it with the intention of trying to edit that down into some type of video and then supplement that with additional training that we then could make available for individuals to watch at their convenience and certify to city clerk, you as a city commission, something along those lines, that they have personally watched it, so that we can create an expectation that the training is there, it's standardized, it's not dependent on staff at any given meeting and verbally presenting it, but we have built a body of information that we can then share and direct people to, and then ask them to affirm that they've viewed it. We've yet to get that completely built, but that's the model I'm trying to transition to, because our past practice was we would conduct training, but we had I don't know how many meetings it would practically take to get the level of participation that would be expected. I don't know that we could accomplish it.
I think maybe Commissioner, and I appreciate that, and you'd shared that with me about trying to get some sort of virtual training option, which I think is a great idea. But something, Commissioner Davis had brought up last week was about, if you haven't, I mean, we've laid out our expectations, I think, very clearly. And, if you haven't, if you did not attend the meeting where that was covered, since we're doing it still in person at this point, and frankly, I don't know how long it's going to take to get a virtual training option up and going. I mean, 6 months. I mean, so I guess my question is, how can we, make that an expectation that unless you've completed the orientation and you've had the training on ethics, you're not going to participate, especially in the boards where I see that it's easy to have a conflict of interest on. I mean, I'm not sure that I see this so much with the Heritage Commission, but planning or Board of Zoning Appeals, I would think that would be pretty natural.
I completely understand and support the expectation, and there have been previous conversations about if you have not gotten that training, you don't get to participate. The practical difficulty is, given the number of boards and commissions we have and the number of appointees we have to them, and the inability to get the attendance level we need, if the model is in-person staff training, I think we could do it twice a month for 6 months and not get there. So for lack of a video, I think it may be a handout, a workbook, something. I mean, our model for years has been, we offer the training, but it's voluntary. The added aspect that I understand you adding to the equation is conditioning participation on the training. That's where mandatory attendance or 100% attendance is a challenge. So I think You know, we have PowerPoints from the Attorney General's office on open meetings, open records. I don't know that we have a PowerPoint at the moment, but we can create one on the ethics policy. But it's a pretty complicated topic. I don't know that bullet points are necessarily going to convey the message either.
Well, and I may be the only person that feels this strongly about that training, and obviously if there's not a consensus with the governing body as a whole, but I guess my feeling would be, and this may die right here, that participation is conditioned upon attendance or completion of the appropriate materials, or we need to go back and we need to rescind our ethics policy, or at least revise it substantially, so we take out the words shall and substitute may, and because we're not following our own resolution, so.
Could we bring this back up in other business? Just, because I think,
That's fine with me.
We know that, so, okay. Need to
I would,
take a
I
little
would
further.
be for that. I'm a little bit concerned also from the standpoint, 2017 was 3 years ago. And it just strikes me that there ought to be a way to get this done. And if nothing else, somebody shows up for a meeting, they're sitting here at the dais, they haven't received the training, staff member takes them aside into that room and they run through the 30-minute orientation with them. Have a staff member who can do that at whatever meeting this person first shows up to, so that just because they miss the meeting where the orientation is provided to the full board, they don't get to say, oh, I missed that meeting, so, I didn't take it. I just think it's a matter of the first time they show up, they get pulled off for that training on an individual basis if they haven't had it as part of the group. That's one suggestion. And maybe I'm too far in the weeds, but it seems to me that there ought to be a way to make this happen. Other business is fine.
Okay, we'll bring it up under other business. Okay, any other citizens' comments?
Santiago Vasquez. I live in Salina, Kansas. Like my friend Luke here, we're back, just to continue asking and getting updates on how progress is going. I know he specifically asked about the CRB and how that process is coming forward. And once again, I just want to reiterate that we would like to know how progress is moving along as progress is moving along, so that we're not just sitting here waiting for September 21st to roll around and, having to have it all laid on us immediately at that point. So we would like some way to get updates on a regular basis on how that's working. The feasibility of that, I'm not entirely sure, but that is what we are asking for. Additionally, the other part of that proposal was the ban on 1033, which I know that there was discussion on this board about, even if there wasn't a ban, that there would be an increased oversight where the police would have to continually ask for permission before making those purchases, which I think is something that is relatively agreeable to most people, since our police are a public body and are therefore supposed to be held accountable for their actions and decisions and purchases. And on that front, right, the implementation of a change on how we use the 1033 program isn't the same as creating an entirely new citizens review board. So I am a little bit at a loss here for why we also have to wait the same 47 days before we're getting an update on that. Additionally, it does concern me that I have not heard 1033 mentioned throughout the dialogue of those 47 days, so I'm not entirely sure, and it is not confirmed yet that the city commission or the staff are taking consideration on that. We would also like updates on how the city commission is planning to address that issue as well, since it seems that it's easier to make a decision on that, or at least it is a shorter term goal, and I know that we are concerned with addressing the low-hanging fruit initially. So those are just my first two main things. Additionally, I will also echo the sentiment on the ethics board. I know one thing that was said was having a standardized set of things to review for ethics. The questions there would be, how do we know that the standardized, like what is standardized is good, and how do we measure that? How do we ensure that that is a proper way of training people in ethics, because ethics is something that is obviously very complex, but it shouldn't be hard to implement, right? If you have a conflict of interest, you clearly should not be making a decision on that same thing. And so on that note, we additionally have another pretty big ask that we haven't talked about in a while, and that is on the part of the Salina Police Excellence Fund. For any of those people who are following us on social media, we recently released some email interactions we had with the president of the Excellence Fund, saying that they are not. We asked if we could know how much money they are collecting and what that money is used for, which to us seemed like a reasonable ask. They responded by saying they don't release their membership list, which we found odd because we didn't ask for members, but also that they would not tell that those funds were private and we would not be allowed to see them. And it was weird because we initially asked Chief Nelson for that information, since we thought the police department would have to report on how they use money or the money they receive, but that wasn't found under the city budget. We found it a little odd. He then sent our email off to the president of the Salina Police Excellence Fund, who then said that the Salina Police Excellence Fund isn't officially affiliated with the Salina Police Department, which seemed a little disingenuous to us. So on that front, we also asked the question of, can we get, is there a way to see how much money the police department is actually getting, not just from the city, but also from other means, because it would help us get a larger picture of how much money is truly going into the police department and how they are using that money, whether that money is used to purchase equipment. I know they have revealed a few instances of the usage of that money on their Facebook page. I know they recently helped out someone's family member on the police department, and if that's all that's happening, that's totally cool and fine. We just want to make sure that there's transparency on that front, that we know how that money is being used. Otherwise, it seems just a little odd that a public facility is getting private funds and not making those public as well. And we don't appreciate that we are being hit with a wall of, we're a private entity, so we don't have to tell you anything. Those are really our main concerns, and that's all I truly have. Thank you.
I'll try to address some of that, Santiago. I believe the 1033 will be on our agenda at the same time we discuss the other stuff, and it's my thoughts that the city, the staff will not be coming back to you for input on. They will be doing their research. I think under the Kansas Open Meeting Act, you'll be getting the information of their requests and their study at the same time we get it, and the rest of the community. If I have that right, would that be
No,
right?
that's definitely correct. I mean, the staff presentation will be an overview and decision points for you as a governing body, and until you've had an opportunity to receive that, discuss it, deliberate, and provide staff some direction, we're not in a position to have a side conversation in advance of your consideration. That you ultimately are the deciding body.
Yeah, that would be mine. That to meet all the requirements, it'll be presented to all of us at the same time. So.
Once again, Santiago Vasquez from Salina, Kansas. We are not asking the city commission and staff to meet with us on the side. We are asking that there is some sort of way to measure progress that's accountable, not just to the Sunflower Coalition or anything. Just, is there a way the community knows that there is progress being made?
We've stated we're making progress, and we'll have something presented on September 21st.
Before the 47 days was the question.
I guess we have nothing. I mean, I don't know what you want.
If you equate it
They're
to any
doing their
other topic
research.
that you assign us, but that's not.
So.
We don't have a loading bar graph on a project that identifies we're 18% complete. We have a deadline. We know the deadline, and frankly, depending on the rest of our workload, there may be a hard push in the last 2 weeks to try to get things wrapped up. We, as staff, we are meeting on a regular basis to have the conversations to make sure that we are making preparations. But beyond that, all I know to do is assure you that we're working on it and we're aware of the date that we committed. We'd be ready to make a presentation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other citizens? Okay, we have no public hearings or items at this time, so we will move into the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of July 27th, 2020.
Okay, any corrections or additions to the minutes? If not, I'd accept a motion to approve.
Mayor, I move we approve the minutes of July 27th, 2020.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda 6.1. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Leads us into administration.
Item 7.1, second reading, ordinance number 20-11025, changing the zoning district classification from R2 to I2 on a vacant lot facing Reynolds Street, addressed as 535 Reynolds Street.
Okay, I do not believe we've received any comments since last meeting. Are there any questions of staff? If not, are there any comments from the public? If not, I will bring that back before the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 20-11025 on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 20-11025 on second reading. We will have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner France.
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Leads us to 7.2.
Item 7.2, second reading, ordinance number 20-11026, changing the zoning district classification from R to U district for 8 lots located on north side of Illicit Avenue, east of North 9th Street.
Okay, I do not believe we've received any comments on this one either. Are there any questions for staff? Are there any comments from the public? If not, I will bring it back to the commission.
Mayor Hoppick, I move that we approve on second reading ordinance number 20-11026.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 20-11026. We will have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner France.
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. That passes 5-0. That will bring us to 7.3.
Item 7.3, rezoning of former Lowell Elementary School. 7.3A, second reading, ordinance number 20-11027, amending the future land use designation of this 2.04 acre tract of land from public, semi-public to urban residential.
Okay, we do have 2 second readings here. We will do the first one. I do not believe there was any change to. That would be 7.3A. Are there any questions on the future land use designation from the commission for staff? Any comments from the public? If not, I will bring item 7.3A back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 20-11027 on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve on second reading ordinance number 20-11027. We will have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner France.
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. That leads us to 7.3B, and I will, is Lauren, yep, that's all right. Didn't see you sitting there, so I'll turn it over to you.
Very brief staff report. As you'll see in your packet, what you asked us to come back with at this meeting is, I believe Dean is giving you some additional information, was essentially 2 issues to address. One of those being the actual, how the PDD zoning was going to be doled out. The application was originally brought to you as a PDD R2, And the request was to, one, amend the legal description to truly call out the 2 phases, and then within that to create the PDD R2 over the half of the property that is currently where the school resides, and of the vacant half of the development to be PDD R1. And that would be single-family residential. That was what had been proposed under PDD 2, but the desire of the commission previously had been to make this more clear so that anyone looking at that zoning map would know half of that was meant to always be single-family residential, and, or not always, but to be clearly identified as single-family residential, and the other to be identified as having a higher density with the school district and or the school building and apartments. The other issue you asked the applicant to address and work with staff on is the parking lot. Turning the building into apartments created a situation needing to have off-street parking for the residents. There was a small cement area that had been previously used, I think occasionally for delivery trucks and things like that, but predominantly for playing basketball and as a play area. Concerns from the residents regarding the visibility, particularly when you were coming through the intersection of Highland and Republic, of having that be what people saw. The commission asked for not only the parking entrances on Republic to be better addressed, since that is such a narrow road, but also to address line of sight. And that has been addressed predominantly through the 10-foot buffer that Commissioner Davis asked for. And then also, the developers proposed a new design that's in your packet, and it shifts the parking lot almost to the center of the 2 parcels, so away from the intersection, and better combines it with the through road that had already been identified for the dual entrances, creating better flow of traffic, dispersing the cars, and having greater visual impact. And I will say too, when the development comes through, a landscaping plan would of course be required. So in addition to that 10-foot buffer, there are additional planting requirements too that deal with the visibility of the parking lot. With that, before you is the opportunity to approve this, of course, or amend this, or ask staff to go back and do additional work. And we are happy to answer any questions, and I believe a representative of the applicant is here.
Okay, do we have any questions of staff at this time?
I guess the question that I would have for you, Ms. Driscoll, is you said the landscaping would come back to us at a, or would come back to the Planning Commission at a later date and be developed at a later date or whatever. Specifically called out, though, in a document that one of the neighbors, Mr. Peterson, presented to us, there's an area noted on the east side of the parking lot, and there's no landscaping that's shown on that east side of the parking lot. Is that something that would be, there will be landscaping on?
Yes,
on that?
typically when the landscaping plan comes in, which gets into much greater detail,
Right.
There is a requirement for a greater visual buffer around the parking lot in its entirety.
Okay.
And the focus of what had been proposed by the developer was primarily on that public sight line, along the sidewalk where the public is interacting with that parking.
But to be clear, when the landscaping plans come back, there will be a buffer on the east side of that parking lot, or would that be more helpful to be spelled out?
Yeah, I think the
It's
question is
actually
actually
the west side.
Oh, I'm sorry, the west side.
Yeah, I think
Sorry.
it's the west side.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It would not be required by code
Okay,
to go that full way. It's meant to, the purpose of the buffering around a parking lot like that is those visual components where it's going to have the most impact from the public. So some of those inner portions where it's the inside of the development, those are not necessarily where the landscaping buffering is predominantly seen.
right, and I understand that, but I think you'll agree, and I realize you're probably just receiving this as well. If you are a property owner in the, whatever that is, the 1000 block, 1100 block of Highland, you're going to be looking directly at that parking lot. And I'm just wondering, I know this is a second reading.
You talking about the block north of Republic or south of Republic?
It would be south of Republic, like the people that live Right,
The parking lot would be behind the building.
but there's part of it that's right here by where the old playground is.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, either Ms. Driscoll or Mr. Andrew, but we do have language that requires buffering where parking adjoins single-family residential. The question in my mind is this is kind of in the middle of the lot, so
Right.
would we interpret that as adjoining residential such that it's required, or do we need to clarify that as part of this action?
I've reviewed the handout that I gave out to you. The drawing reflects a buffer between the public street and the parking lot. That is required by city code. Because of the distance between the west side of the parking lot and Highland, it's a distance that would put the west edge of the parking lot not within the front yard on Highland. So to clarify, as a zoning administrator reviewing a landscape plan, I could not require the developer to put a buffer along the west side of the parking lot because it's not in a front yard. You, as commissioners and as reviewers of a planned development district, have the authority to impose that as a condition in addition to the 10-foot buffer along Republic. If you think it's important that there be a buffer along the west side of the parking lot, you can make that part of the planned development district. But just as far as the city's landscape regulations, they would not require a buffer along the west edge of the lot because it's far enough distant from Highland Avenue that it's not considered to be in the front yard. It's within your discretion to consider it to be in the front yard, but as zoning administrator, I couldn't require it.
It should be noted, staff did not receive this comment, so that's why it's not in your packet until later this afternoon, so.
So is that, I'm going to look at Mr. Scragg, I think, or Mr. Bankston. So is that something where within the ordinance, when we take action, is that something that we should call out in a specific section, like under, I was just looking at where it looked logical was
Yeah, I
under
think
section 3B?
Yes, I think that is the section that addresses, it has the current language about buffering in it, and if you're inclined to add to that, that's the place to do it.
Just out of curiosity, what type of buffer would you be thinking? My East Coast background now sees a parking lot with buffering on 2 or 3 sides, which then becomes a security risk if I come in at 10:30 at night. I mean, it's just something else to consider, but.
If it's helpful, I may put Mr. Andrew on the spot again. By code, can you describe to the city commission what constitutes a compliant buffer?
What we would require, if that by code was closer to Highland and it was, or if I talk about the buffer on Republic, it would consist of low-growing shrubs that grew to a height that didn't exceed 3 feet because we don't want to obstruct visibility of vehicles exiting onto Republic, and then interspersed with that at intervals would be ornamental trees. But if we applied that same standard to the buffer and you wanted to see a buffer on the west side, then that would consist of low-growing shrubs and then at intervals ornamental trees.
It's kind of late to ask this question, but do you recall off the top of your head what the plan for that yard, bear with me, the northwest corner of the property? Is that just going to be a grassy
To the best of my
area?
knowledge, that's just going to be an open grassy area, but we do have Mr. Mays here representing the applicant, so he might have a better idea than myself, but that's my understanding, is it's just going to be green open space.
So there'd certainly be the potential that the owner could put a tree or a shrub here or there to absorb some of the view.
Yeah, I just want to
Okay.
clarify for your benefit that absent some action related to the planned development district, that the landscape regulations themselves would not require the buffer being requested on the west side of the parking lot. So
if-
that
if-
would be appropriate for you to address this afternoon.
If I might ask a somewhat related question, if it's not required on the west side of the parking lot, would it be acceptable to require it to extend further down Republic to the west so that it at least partially obscures that parking without actually going down the west side of the parking? In other words, you just take the existing buffer that's proposed and extend it, another 20 or 30 feet west so that it would provide somewhat of a side interruption. Now, a 3-foot shrub is not going to hide the cars. It might make them a little bit.
Well, that would be my concern, is that it would
Less
be a visual
offensive.
barrier that's too close to the corner. I really don't see the purpose of adding any shrubbery to the west side of the parking lot. The applicant may want to do some other things with that green space, so.
Well, I'm not saying extend it all the way to the corner. I'm saying extend it, maybe to the alignment with Highland coming from the north, the east side of Highland from the north, maybe where the crosswalk is or something like that, which would provide some coverage for that. I do think we need to decide at what point the buffering becomes, because I can see, if you look at this from the Beloit side, you might be able to say, well, we'd like a buffer along that street also. And I think we have to make a decision as to what is reasonable given the nature of this development.
And Mr. Peterson, who addressed that correspondence to the commission, is here present, and he may be able to articulate better what he's trying to achieve then.
Any other questions for staff? If not, I'll open it up to the public.
Hello, I'm Dan Peterson. I live at 948 Highland. And really, kind of the idea behind this, I drove it from from 9th Street to Santa Fe, and from Highland, from Crawford, and you really still, because of the angle of that, you really catch it pretty much. You're probably looking at 20 to 30 houses that see that from either on Republic, there's that row of houses, and I live 3 houses in on Highland and see it really well. I walk down probably 10 or 15 houses, you really still catch that. So, and Highland being everyone's on their front porches, it's really what you see, and I think line of sight and view is important to a number of people there. And I will say this plan in general looks a lot better than what we've seen, and but yeah, just that was one thing that kind of concerned me, and I would have brought it up at the last meeting, but we didn't have a chance to speak again after we had spoken once, and we didn't know that until later on in the meeting. So that's really where the concern is, just line of sight. If there's even some sort of landscape buffer, it's better than nothing for us. So, thank you. And I also just wanted to say I appreciated your time last week just reviewing everything in full detail, and that really was, I think, helpful for some of the people in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Dan, thank you for your
If I
time.
could just ask one question while you're up here, since it's your plan that's kind of prompted this discussion. You're speaking specifically on the west side of that parking lot, not in terms of extending that buffer down another 20 or 30 feet, because you still have the people that are approaching from on Republic or who live on Highland.
Right, so all the cars
the
coming
west-
down Republic towards Santa Fe, that'll still be in, the street buffer really doesn't do a lot for most of the houses around. That's 1 or 2 houses, where this is much more for 30 houses or so that would see that.
Can I ask a devil's advocate question?
Yes.
When this was being used as a school, weren't the residents getting the same view of a parking lot?
It wasn't
Anyway,
a parking lot, it was
But it was used for deliveries, or?
It was
No.
rarely used for deliveries. It's
So it's just a
predominantly for a
blank-
or basketball hoop and kind of a cement play area.
It is a cement play area, not a parking lot.
So which begs the question, when it was a school, where did the staff and parents park when they visited the school?
On the street.
On the street. So is that any better or worse than having a parking lot visible?
That was kind of my question is, as I sit on my front porch, I've got 3 cars across the street parked in my neighbor, so it's kind of the same thing. It's sometimes you can't help but see cars. So yeah, I'm not sure the additional
Thank you.
buffer's necessary, but thank you, Dan.
Well, you'll get a sneer from your neighbor when you come home tonight.
Any other public comment? Okay, if not, I'll bring it back to the commission for.
One question on the way this is worded. Does the wording incorporate the amendment from the eastern half being switched to PDD R1?
Yes.
Yes.
It
And
calls out
it's
the phasing.
included in here, just,
Yeah,
in the ordinance.
In section 1, it calls out phase 1 by lot and phase 2 by lot.
so,
And
so just referring to the ordinance would incorporate
right,
that
and in
amendment.
section 2, it talks about a district plan development R1 for phase 2 and a district plan development R2 for phase 1.
Okay, that's what I
So-
thought from reading, or just the way it was written on the agenda. I just wanted to
Mm.
make sure that,
Yeah, I think
that
that's
what's
a,
written in the actual ordinances.
yeah, I think that's a function of the change being made between first and second reading and carrying forward
Okay,
that item.
all right. Mr. Mayor, move we approve ordinance number 20-11030 on second reading.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 20-11030 on second reading. We will have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner France,
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges,
Nay.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. That passes 4-1. Okay, that will lead us to 7.4.
Item 7.4, downtown transferee agreements. 7.4A, resolution number 207859, authorizing the mayor to execute a transferee agreement with Salina 2020 Inc. and the Bath Pub LLC.
Okay, Mr. Scragg.
My report will pertain to both the resolution 7859 as well as resolution 20-7860, authorizing the mayor to execute a transferee agreement with Grassroots Efforts LLC. And they both, a lot of this background is some history that you've heard before, and I know just from past conversations you've had kind of questions about kind of the mechanics. So I tried to cover that in one fell swoop in this background report. So I'm confident by now you've heard me say multiple times that the downtown project started with a development agreement with the master developers, and then at the time that we adopted the development agreement, we identified that there'd be a supplemental agreement that also would need to be adopted, and that was subsequently adopted. So those two agreements laid the framework or the groundwork for the proposed redevelopment of the downtown in a couple of things. There were a handful of projects that were identified and known and were being provided for by way of the development agreement. And then there was additional funding identified and funds set up to be available under terms and conditions spelled out in the development agreement and the supplemental agreement for projects yet to be identified, on the assumption that application would be made and considered and it would require additional review and approval. And so the development agreement and the supplemental agreement were all drafted as if it was an agreement between the city and the master developer, Salina 2020. It conveyed rights and responsibilities on the master developer and the city. And then the reason we call these subsequent agreements that we're bringing to you transferee agreements is that it's transferring specific rights and responsibilities out of the development agreement to a third-party developer of a project. And so as a project comes along, then it's necessary to carve out responsibilities in a transferee agreement and enter into that transferee agreement. So again, I'm confident I'm telling you things you already know, but there were 4 main tools that were utilized in terms of financing: star bonds, new market tax credit financing, tax increment financing, and community improvement districts. And if you factor in the fact that there were 3 community improvement districts formed and there were 7 different financial tools that were established as part of the development agreement and the supplemental agreement. I mentioned earlier that there were some identified initial projects. There were 9 projects by my count that were factored in at the outset when the development agreement and supplement agreements were drafted and executed. And then those agreements provided for 10 different funds to be established to segregate the income and the funds received to account for those initial projects as well as future projects. Out of that then, approximately $7 million was set aside in specified funds for what I'm calling additional projects above and beyond what was initially anticipated and subject to future transferee agreements. And then another $2.8 million was identified or projected for downtown programming, maintenance, and security, and with the expectation that a transferee agreement would be entered into with Salina Salina Downtown Inc. So, as kind of an overview, that is the structure that was put in place. As part of the staff report, I provided you a excerpt from the applicable portion of the development agreement or the supplemental agreement for all 10 of those funds. Some of them are project specific, the hotel tax increment fund, the apartment tax increment fund. Others of those are more topical, and the ones that we'll be dealing with today and going forward are the new business tax increment fund. The initial projections for the project estimated about $2.6 million when you take the anticipated revenue generation and apply the percentage allocations and develop a fund as provided by the development agreement. Then the estimate would be that there'd be $2.6 million in new business tax increment funds. Then there's the downtown CID sales tax fund with multiple sub-accounts to it. So as I mentioned, $2.8 million in the maintenance, security, and programming fund, approximately $2.93 million in the new retail improvement CID fund, and $1.4 million in the existing retail improvement CID fund. And so, as you can see from the language, all of those are set up on a pay-as-you-go basis, meaning that we have to realize the revenue. The city has an obligation to set up all these funds and to then distribute the funds in the agreed upon percentages into each one of these sub funds that are established by way of the agreement. Then, as I mentioned, the transferee agreements are where the rights and responsibilities are transferred to third-party developers. Responsibilities related to developing their project and administering their project, rights in terms of access to a portion of those funds, depending on whether they're new or existing retail and whether it's tax increment financing or CID. So then, in terms of the selection process, the agreement's spelled out. There was an initial deadline set for that first round in anticipation of the Alley and Old Chicago and Hotel and some of the identified projects submitting applications. And then it also contemplated, just on an ongoing basis, completion of application forms and submission of those, and the master developer reviews those and makes a recommendation. The city representative, which is called out as the city manager, has a role in terms of receiving those and reviewing them. And then ultimately, if they meet the criteria and merit bringing forward to you as the governing body, you sign off on executing the transferee agreement. So that's where we find ourselves today. I also provided some language about out of the agreements about master developer recusal, and it provides that the master developer shall not make or participate in making any transferee agreements in which they or any of its directors, officers, or shareholders have a substantial interest. It also provides that they'll keep on file with us a report of their membership and their officers, which they've done, and it's attached in the packet. And then ultimately, if there is a circumstance that requires the master developer recusal, the agreement provides that in that instance, the agreement shall be directly between the city and the third-party developer, and the master developer is not a party to that agreement in that particular case. So with respect to the grassroots efforts project, they have provided the information. They've created a process that didn't involve anyone that had an interest, and the transferee agreement is between the city and grassroots developers without the involvement of the master developer, is all provided in the development agreement and the supplemental agreement. So with that as a background, then we have two applications for you today, or two requests for you today. The first project is called the Bath Pub at 109 South Santa Fe, and you have a copy of the full application and attachments as part of the staff report. The Bath Pub is a Bath and Body product blending bar boutique, and so as a very brief overview, and representatives of the project are here, they can certainly tell you more about it. It's a format where a client chooses their product, chooses a scent, and they can then customize the product that they're making there at the Bath Pub. And so they provide 150 scents, which can be combined with 3 scents. I haven't done the math to figure out how many permutations that is, but it sounds like a lot. And they then choose colors, and it's I know from personal experience, my wife and others have done something similar with candles. I personally wasn't aware of this, but I think it's that kind of format, and it seems to be pretty popular these days. So their project in total is a $200,000 to $225,000 project. They have identified $98,000 worth of construction expense associated with modifying and improving the building that they'll be occupying, and they've requested $75,000 of new retail improvements from CID funds. And so the development agreement also provides that is payable annually, and it provides that a whole hierarchy of individual projects that are approved out of each fund having priority over the other. And it very clearly spells out that there's no obligation on the part of the city unless sufficient funds are in that fund. And so that's the pay-as-you-go aspect of it. The agreement did also provide interest because this is a payout theoretically over 20 years. So in this particular case, the request for $75,000 equates to $5,732 annually over the life of the agreement, plus interest, which is by way of the agreement spelled out at a 5% rate. I'd be happy to try to answer detailed questions about the project, but I think we have representatives here that are much more knowledgeable about that. With respect to the grassroots efforts, a building renovation, their intention is to acquire the storefronts from 141 to 145 South Santa Fe, which is 150 linear feet on the east side of Santa Fe, north of the Stiefel Theater. They plan to renovate the exterior facades as well as the interiors to make them have tenant finishes that are available for lease. The total project cost is estimated at $1.1 or almost $1.2 million. Their request is $296,750. Again, there's considerable expense in terms of renovation of the buildings, exterior and interior, in terms of improvements to the structural aspects of the project. On an annual basis, they would be entitled to $22,679, as I said, on a pay-as-you-go basis, assuming the funds are available, and then the interest as provided by the agreement as well. As far as a fiscal note, I'm repeating myself, but as detailed in the narrative, this is all in conformance with the provisions of the development agreement and the supplemental agreement. It is from dedicated allocations, so each percentage amount has to be distributed to the fund, the applicable fund, and then on an annual basis, city staff will have to assess the available funds compared to the, I guess you could say, liabilities or the obligations are out there, and assuming that the pay-as-you-go aspect of it is met, then the funds will be distributed. There is no obligation on the part of the city above and beyond distribution of that allocation within the fund. We don't carry with us any obligation to fund in the event that there's a shortfall. So it truly is pay-as-you-go. I've given you the numbers for both the Bath Pub and grassroots efforts. So the item, each one of these has been prepared as a separate transferee agreement and a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute the transferee agreements. One of those being for the Bath Pub, and that is Resolution 20-7859. The second one being for the grassroots efforts building renovations, and that's Resolution 20-7860. The options that we've identified for your consideration is you could approve each of those resolutions as presented. You could approve them with amendments as you deem appropriate, You can postpone consideration to a specified date and time and provide staff with additional direction regarding information or amendments that you'd like for your further consideration at a future date, or you could vote to deny the resolutions, resulting in disapproval of the application as it's currently submitted. I certainly want to we've got representatives of the master developer, the Bath Pub, and Grassroots Efforts here, and I certainly want to acknowledge their presence and make sure that they have an opportunity to address you about each of their projects. And I will be relying on them to help answer questions, depending on what questions you might have.
Okay, before we move on, I do want to just disclose that if you looked at this, I did do title work on both of these properties, but I currently have nothing in the works with either one of these, and therefore I've talked to legal counsel to make sure that we didn't have a conflict. So, but I did want to disclose that I did do title work when both these properties were purchased.
I have a background question first, and bear with me. Is there one TIF district or 4 TIF districts?
There's 1 TIF district and 3 community improvement districts.
Okay, so the 1 TIF district, all of the incremental taxes are going to flow into that, from that district, and they're allocated between the 4 different funds according to the percentages laid out here. So theoretically, incremental taxes from the hotel, depending on how everything works, might go to the downtown business, the business TIF fund, depending on how the values change. So it's really not, the hotel TIF fund is tied only to the increment from the hotel, or the Old Chicago TIF fund is not tied to the increment from the Old Chicago. It's purely a percentage distribution.
That is correct.
Okay.
And
I think I understand that. Now you talk about the TIF period here. When did the TIF period start and how long does it run?
Boy, it started a couple of years ago and runs for 23 years, I believe.
It runs for 23 years, and it started when?
2018, I believe.
2018, maybe? Okay. So if, for example, the Bath Pub now is asking for an allocation from the new business TIF, and I can't remember which was which, but at any rate,
They're doing the new retail CID.
they're in the CID. Okay,
Yeah.
it's the other request, the
Grassroots.
the grassroots effort that is asking for a new business TIF allocation.
Correct.
And we do that, and they're getting X number of dollars per year, capped by whatever actually comes in.
Correct.
Now, if there's a second entity that also asks for new business TIF, and they're both getting proceeds, and there aren't sufficient proceeds to cover both of those, how are the actual proceeds then allocated between the 2 businesses that are competing for those proceeds?
In the order of approval, they have priority, and
So in this case, the grassroots would get all of their allocation, and then if somebody comes in next week with another request, if there's enough money, then they will get theirs. If there's not, they'll get a partial. And if a third party comes in, so it's predicated by order of approval, and whoever gets here first is then more likely to be fully funded, based on the amount of revenue that is coming in.
Yeah, and there is detailed language in the development agreement about that as well. So there are some provisions about acknowledging if someone is, I guess, in arrears. But boy, I'd have to find that language back and read it to you.
Well, I guess I wanted to make sure that there was some method of doing that in a consistent fashion, so
remember-
that
Yes,
people
it
can
is-
understand
it
where
is
they,
Yeah, I
where they
remember the
stand.
discussion on the
detailed
We had that
agreement.
exact discussion, and that very point I wanted to make clear of. I understand the question you're asking exactly,
Right.
but that is, first in line is the best place to be.
First in line gets the money.
Yeah, and the second in line doesn't get any money until
Until
the
it's
first in
available
line
after the
is
first in
made
line is
whole.
made
Right.
whole.
Right.
Okay.
Right, and then I believe if it turns out that there's additional funds at some point in the future, then those that fell short have an opportunity to try to catch back up, but it's still in priority order. And the other clarification I would offer is tax increment fund is a new increment to be generated. The CID fund is a 1% sales tax imposed in the downtown CID district that is revenue. It's not increment, it's dedicated revenue for those funds.
Okay, now back to I guess basic question about the TIF. When you say it's the increment, are we talking about the increment resulting from a new improvement, or if I have an existing business and my tax goes up because my valuation went up or the mill levy went up, is that increment also captured by the fund, or is it just the part attributable to the new improvement?
Yeah, it's increment in the growth over the base year when it
Okay,
was
so
established.
changes in base valuation, changes in mill levy would result in growth in the tax increment fund also.
Correct.
It's not just tied to the improvements.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Do we have any comments from the public? Would anybody from grassroots or anyone like to?
Guy Walker, 500 Graves Boulevard. Speaking on behalf of Salina 2020, we were involved in kind of reviewing the application from the Bath Pub. And one point of clarification I wanted to make in the staff report was that the project was estimated to be $200,000 to $225,000, and actually that does not include the cost of the building. The cost of the building is another 225, I think, so it's another 200. So I think the total cost of the project is closer to 420,000, which dramatically lowers the percentage of incentive. So I just wanted to make that clear. I think it takes the incentive down to about 17% instead of a third. So that's something we've been really cognizant of as we've kind of evaluated these as they've come forward, is to try and keep that percentage down and make sure that it's not, not getting over a certain percentage. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then also just wanted to say that when we did kind of hear out the Bath Pub, we were spoiled. We got kind of samples and scents. And so, we got to really understand exactly what it was. But it sounds like a really neat business and something that, is exactly when you look at the goals and objectives that were set forth when we did the development agreement 3 years ago or however long ago that was. This is exactly what everybody hoped would happen, was a local person buying a building, fixing it up, and opening a new business. So we felt very strongly that it was a great use of the incentives. So I just want to make that clear and make sure I shared that with everybody. So, and I think on the TIF, I think Mike's searching for the development agreement, but I think it's 20 years. I think it's the CID that's 22.
Oh, okay.
I'm not certain of that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So I just wanted to make that clear.
I just know with the Coles TIF, for example, it was tied to the repayment period on the bonds. Of course, that was a very different sort
Because
of
there was
beast.
debt involved,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, sure. Okay.
And another thing that Mr. Walker's comments remind me of, as the city representative looking at the applications, one thing that I try to be mindful of is the actual investment in physical improvements. I mean, regardless of the business, those are going to remain in the downtown and across the board. I think the requests we get for funding are less than just the construction cost associated with the improvements to buildings, which will remain regardless. And the 23 years is statutorily what is allowed, but you may be right. We may
And I
say
could be
it's
wrong.
up
You
for
might be
20.
right. I'm not certain of that, but.
And I'm not sure, maybe one of you has this answer. Do we know what the balance is in the new retail CID proceeds and what we have in the new business TIF funds? Do we know what those balances are currently?
I apologize, but I do not.
Okay, I was just curious if.
I do not know that either. I think it started, I want to say that started, the CID collection started like last like in late 2019. So there should, I mean, theoretically, there should be a balance in there, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I know that, we had the initial payment to the master developer, and the last I knew we hadn't reached that yet. So that's the first threshold to be met, but I don't know the dollar amount at the moment. I did find the language about the public finance proceeds priority system, and within each fund, the proceeds shall be made available to reimburse the third-party developers based upon each party's position within a priority system. Each party's position is determined by the date of completion of their transferee project, as evidenced by an issuance of a certificate of completion. During each disbursement period, third parties shall have access to proceeds up to the respective annual allotment based on their position in the priority system. Each party shall be reimbursed the entirety of its proceeds immediately following within the priority system. Each party shall be reimbursed the entirety of its public finance proceeds annual allotment before the next developer immediately following within the priority system. Once a developer is reimbursed for eligible costs in an amount equal to its proceeds cap, they vacate their position in the priority system, and the next developer immediately following moves up into the vacated position. In the event of a shortfall, the developer is not reimbursed the entire amount in any disbursement period. The difference between the allotment and the amount of proceeds actually reimbursed shall be an annual public finance proceeds shortfall. A third-party developer's total shortfall shall equal its annual proceeds shortfall from the most recent disbursement period, and if any subsequent disbursement period following the accrual of a shortfall, there are funds deposited into the fund in which such shortfall occurs in excess of the amount required to reimburse, then such excess shall be utilized to pay down public finance proceeds shortfalls based on the priority system. And I had to read that to you because it is that complicated. But they all are in priority order based on their completion. They then get access to their full amount if that's available, and it moves to the next priority. In the event that there is anybody or more than one has a shortfall, that doesn't get addressed unless in subsequent years there's a surplus in that fund, and then you try to go back and address any existing shortfalls with a surplus realized at a later date.
Any other questions?
Glad I don't have to keep track of all that.
What's that?
Glad I don't have to keep track of all that, right?
The thought, I guess, behind that at the time, I know, was just general conversations about the people that were the very first to come in and do this were taking the most risk, as opposed to people who do it after it's all kind of working well and things like that. So that was the sort of thought process behind a priority system. And there had to be some mechanism, obviously, to do it as well. So.
And I am repeating myself, and to build a pay-as-you-go approach so that there wasn't any, immediate obligation if there was a shortfall.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there anyone else from the public that would like to comment? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
I move we approve resolution number 20-7859, authorizing the mayor to execute a transfer agreement with Salina 2020 Inc. and the Bath Pub LLC.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7859. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0.
And Mr. Mayor, move adoption of resolution number 20-7860, authorizing the mayor to execute a transferee agreement with Grassroots Efforts LLC.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7860. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That also passes 5-0. So wish all the applicants good luck. It's exciting to see all that's going on downtown. So thank you. Okay, that will lead us to 7.5.
Item 7.5, soccer programming presentation and possible implementation of the soccer program.
Okay, Mr. Shealy.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Travis Shaley. I'm the Recreation Superintendent here for the Salina Parks and Recreation. And as you recall, on June 15th and July 6th, there was some public comment made towards soccer to get soccer going for the remainder of 2020, very similar to the baseball and softball. So we went back to the drawing board and started preparing a possible plan for you, and that's what we're doing today, is to present that. We started the drawing board, very similar approach we had with baseball and softball, a volunteer approach. And then going into the weeds, we kind of discovered some differences. And the first one was there's really no local organization to take over the program or the league like we had with baseball and softball. If you recall that IFA really stepped up to the plate to help run our baseball and softball league, which resulted in 72 league teams and 307 tournament teams we had this summer. So, but we quickly discovered we do not have that local organization to run. So we're here to recommend to you that we kind of operate as normal, whatever normal is, but as normal as we send out the registrations. We do utilize our current recreation supervisor. We collect the revenues, and then, but there are some differences to reduce those costs. And I'll cover those here later on. But I wanted to mention that one of those was we identified an outside funding to help reimburse the official's expense. So there are some part-time expenses with this recommendations, but this would be that would be reimbursed on the back end before 2020 ends. So moving forward, before I hand the mic over to Dave Atterkirk, I just wanted to explain a few things. And he's going to handle some of the participation. And with these are the players right here. And in the green, myself, my first full season here as athletic supervisor, I oversaw the baseball, softball, basketball, volleyball, you name it. And during that time, that was my first full year, was the 2007. And if you recall, that was their first full year of the soccer complex when it started. So that's why we started with 2007. And then you can kind of see the evolution and then the transition. And then right in 2017, and ironically enough, this is when Dave Atterkirk was in charge of the Salina Soccer Club. And then here in 2017 is when we hired Dave Atterkirk as recreation supervisor. And then he'll take over the podium from here, but I just kind of want to explain that a little bit, and but he can go through the growth of recreation soccer from there. Okay, that right there, and then there's your green button.
Dave, you may plan on covering it, but I think you probably need to talk a little bit about the rise and fall of the soccer club.
Right. I mean, that's kind of where I'm going to go with this first slide. This really just tries to give a picture of the transition that happened in Salina. You know, the original group of people that started the club, you know, I was fairly early in on that. And that group was the group that also helped raise a lot of the funds for the soccer complex itself, because it was a private partnership with the city and private funding. The difference in here in this transition was, I mean, to me, this slide points out kind of the importance of what's happened within the club. The club was at its peak when it was run by a bunch of volunteer groups. And so it was, I think, the cheaper option out there, because we did it with a lot of different parent coaches. We had set up a scholarship fund to help fund the kids in the program, and we'd also set up a coach mentoring program so that we could pay the coaches without having that be a burden on the family. But as things rolled through later on in here, the league, after some of us in the original program stepped away from running I wasn't the president anymore, Lori Reed stepped away, just some different people stepped away. And so it started to, I think, have some struggles in there. So it was about 2014 or 2013-14 that the league actually stopped going here. So that's where you see a pickup then of where the Parks and Rec starts to pick up numbers. Then obviously where they hire me in here, what we did was just kind of change the focus of the way it was. We got the joint partnership with the club that's in here now. And we focused on friends play with friends, and we also with the club being a more expensive travel portion, the Parks and Rec program became kind of the option for the easy entry and the less expensive way to get started. So that's where we've really seen the numbers increase in just what we've done in trying to run the league in more of a, we can bring in surrounding communities. The last 2 seasons that we had, we did have 5 teams from out of town come into it. We had a team from Hayes, we had a couple from Manhattan, and we've had a couple from Great Bend that are participating here also. So we're starting to see, just from the fact that we're also able to play all year, we're starting to see the fact that it's bringing back in some of the outside communities that we used to have. The league, when it first ran, when we were in kind of our heydays back in here, we had McPherson, Hayes, Great Bend. We had all of the surrounding communities, Manhattan, Junction City, just about all of them were bringing teams over here to play league. We were starting to see that benefit come back again with the teams from Manhattan and Hayes. In fact, I think I saw an email that I got tagged in on that one of the parents from Hayes actually wrote just a question and kind of saying that they really wanted to sponsor and support the fact that the league here in Salina was something that was very beneficial for them, so they didn't have to either travel to Wichita or Kansas City, which are both far more expensive options as far as league goes. So that is something that, is a benefit for us running a program here too. The next slide just really shows the kind of the decline and then what we were able to do here in the last 2 or 3 years as far as stemming the tide of players and increasing and starting to see a really nice increase. Some of this is just the fact that, we're a good option as far as the expense side of it. Some of it is the fact that we changed the way it's organized, and that I went away from a tryout system and went totally by school. So it's a friends play with friends approach. And we have a lot of kids and some of the players that are here that they play in the club and they play on the travel approach, but they're also playing with their friends here in the Parks and Rec program. So it's been something that's been very beneficial for them from that standpoint too, is yeah, you get to go travel and you get to go play with a certain group of friends, but that's a different format than you have some friend that you see in school all the time, but they're not really dedicated, or maybe they have another sport that's their main sport, but they want to play Parks and Rec soccer. So it's a chance for those 2 kids to play together, both on the girls and the guys' side. So we were able to make some headway. Like I say, we stopped the decline, and we started to see some increase in numbers again here in just the last year.
Mr. Outerkirk, are those are unique participants?
Right.
Okay, so if a
This
child
slide
participates,
just combines the two,
Right. So
Parks and Rec and.
a player participates in Parks and Rec and also participates in club, they're not counted twice.
Right, no.
Gotcha.
All right, so this is more a look at the teams. And for this slide, what I really wanted to kind of show was then the transition between what the Fieldhouse was able to do for us and also adding other programs in there. So you can kind of see, if you look over here at the left, that basically gives you the rundown from spring, summer, 3v3, and then fall. And then when the bottom 2 are when we go into the Fieldhouse and do winter programming too. So you pretty much have an ability to play all year round now. The last 2 columns, the reason that we're seeing such a big increase in the total number of teams, and this is not necessarily unique individuals in this one, this is just teams total for all the programs. We did see some fatigue in families in that once we got the ability to play all the way through fall into winter, play back into spring again, and then summer. After a year and a half or so of that cycle, some of the families realize, well, we're not going to necessarily play in every single program because, we want to break from them just a little bit too. But what you can see in these numbers over here is that because we gave families the ability to play in an inexpensive way all year round with the field house and with the different programming that we did, we saw a huge increase in just the overall numbers of participation that's going. So there's a demand there for the fact that, and we can get back to bigger numbers. I think right now we're in that 350 or so number range as far as total players. We had 500 or more at one point in time. So, there's a demand there on that side of it. And then my last one is just a breakdown of the difference between the seasons. This is the fall and spring, just Parks and Rec only program. So it's the individual teams, and I guess the thing to point out on this one is on these last couple columns, that's where we started to see some of the teams from out of town come in. We were in that 12 or so number, but we saw the increase in those last two bars from the teams from out of town. Being able to participate and seeing this as a lot of them will even plug it in as a secondary option. They may go travel and play in Wichita, but they like to pick up some games here closer by. And the thing that we're also trying to do with this is be accommodating again. One of the things that we did really good in the past was if you had siblings on two different teams in Hayes, you didn't want to bring those families in 2 different days. So we tried to make it so that whatever day that we bring them in, they're going to get to play all their games. So just do things that show that we're accommodating and we want those people to come here again. Along with that, we had the tournament that we ran last fall too. And so that's something that it was a natural stepping stone for these programs that we could promote right within the Parks and Rec and the different club teams that we have to stay right here and participate. And that's one of the reasons early on in the club we saw the big jump in numbers. A lot of those teams weren't teams that wanted to go travel every single weekend. They were teams that, because there was a facility right here and it was an inexpensive and good option to play, they played right here. That's it from my side of it.
So, Dave, if you could go back to that first bar graph that you had, and not to belabor the point, but as Mr. Odenkirk was saying, we kind of had the heyday there, and at that time, all the games were home games. We didn't travel.
Exactly.
Everybody traveled to Salina, and that was right after the complex was built. And then it kind of transitioned to, a split home and away. And then as the soccer club had their leadership kind of move on, and I assume as their kids grew out of the age group, we had an agreement that was a use agreement with the Salina Soccer Club that they worked really hard to try to figure out a transition plan, and they ultimately assigned that agreement to a club out of Manhattan. And there was quite a bit of conversation about what that might look like and assurances about what that format might be. And that went on for a year or two, probably.
About a year and a half, right in there somewhere.
And
Yeah.
between fees and format and travel and what have you, that really just didn't work out. And so that, in my estimation, and created the void that we've been trying to fill.
Well, and so another thing within that context, where they were still here when we still see a jump in the Parks and Rec. When that was because when that club came in, they were not interested in coaching female teams either. They pretty much kept all of the boys teams. But what we did see, either girls come over within the Parks and Rec program, or I know of lots of girls that played on a McPherson team and had to travel because that group just wasn't interested in doing that side of it for whatever reason. So we're also taking a much more holistic approach of we want both sides. I mean, the schools both have programs, both boys and girls, so we're trying to feed the system as much as possible on both sides of the equation.
So I guess part of the point is the city made a deliberate, an intentional effort to try to recover from what occurred in that cycle. And so we reached out to the club that we're affiliated with now and tried to come up with a more workable arrangement, and we've committed Dave to the effort, and we're making progress. We're not where we were, but both from a programming, youth sports perspective, as well as making use of the facility, we're trying to get back to numbers close to our heyday.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
There we go. And then similar to baseball and softball, I know Mike and I sat down and had some grueling conversations over what the city would be responsible for, what the volunteer group would be responsible for. So I took that same format and used that for the soccer. And as the first one says, you know, the mowing, we did that for baseball and softball. We just didn't have to mow it once. So you gotta mow that twice a week in order for it to be the conditions to be playable. So we do recommend that for the complex as well. The initial field lining, we do have equipment and that knowledge. It takes a little skill to lay out the first field, and we want to make it a good wide white line, and that does take some time. It really does. So we do have that knowledge to lay out how many fields, what size of fields, what they all include. So we recommend that we do that duty initially. Again, the registration, the background checks, the game scheduling, all that stuff that we do normally, we would recommend in this case as well. However, the one exception to that would be on the backside, we would get reimbursed by the Mid-Kansas United Soccer Initiative, okay? So at the year end this year, we would know how much we paid for soccer officials, and then they would reimburse us with a check. And that amount is approximately about $3,000 for outdoor and our indoor futsal program. This is not anything new to us. We have Dave, we call him Soccer Dave, by the way, that he opens, closes, and he's on site for those league games. That's nothing new. The lights, again, we do have lights out at the Salina Soccer Complex. Similar to baseball and softball, we're responsible for turning on and off the lights. Spraying weeds, as you notice, they've been growing. So spraying the weeds would be our responsibility. The irrigation, we do have irrigation out there. We can program it depending on the rain. So we can keep doing those responsibilities as well. The repairing of fields and facility, we do this mid-season. You know, the goalie boxes do tend to wear out there, so we do have to rotate those fields. And then towards the end of the season, we do some sodding, we do some seeding work. We would assume those responsibilities as well. Moving to the volunteers, and there's multiple volunteers that's already reached out to Dave, and they have committed to doing some of these duties. Trash, we did the same thing with baseball and softball. That's pre, during, and post. Games and practices, picking up after the trash in the parking lots, bleacher areas, those type of things, and that does transition to the restrooms as well. Subsequent field linings, again, once we lay that base, that good lining, then typically it takes us in a normal year to reline at least every week or every other week. And that depends on the weather. If it rains a lot, the grass is gonna grow. The grass is gonna grow, we're mowing. So that's a little depending on weather right there, but I would say at least every other week. And we do have a spray that we can check out to that volunteer group, and it works really well. Clearing the goals, this has already occurred, that, you know, for practices during games and after the season, putting them back in our storage facility, they have committed to help setting the goals as well. Weed eating and edging, as we are developing through this, of having those specific people sign that volunteer form to cover the city liability wise, but we do have some individuals that said they would do that. And then the reimbursement of officials right there, again, we have, and I think I have this included, an official letter, there it is, stating that they will reimburse the city of Salina before January 1 of 2021. Moving to some financials, and bear with me on this, that's why I got the pointer, okay? But I tried to do this with expenses on the left-hand side and then revenues on the right-hand side. So we did the direct program expenses right here, and I pulled everything from 2019, and those are actuals right there. And then there's a column that under this proposed volunteer approach, what those estimated expenses would be. And I know here in the last couple months, there's been some talk about indirect costs and those type of things. So I did want to include those as well pertaining to the facility. And so I included those. And if you notice one right there, 6,248. I wanted to explain that because under a normal year, we have a part-time personnel mowing. Well, without part-time personnel, we're dedicating one full-time staff member to do that duty, and the approximate cost for that is listed there. So you have your direct program expenses right here, 3,431, with indirect costs of 6,248, which comes out to 9,679 for this outdoor program. Okay. Then moving to the right-hand side, oops, I got ahead of myself. Then you have your revenues over here. Again, direct program revenues. This is what we took in last year. Here's what we think we'll be able to pull in this year. And I used a percentage with that. We had a little bit of knowledge of overall with baseball and softball tournaments, league, it was kind of factored into a 75% percentage of what we normally have. So I took our these actuals and utilized that 75% to come up with those projected revenues. And again, we do have outdoor tournament and then with some rentals and those indirect facility revenues, so I included those. So with the outdoor program itself, total cost would be $9,679. Moving forward, outdoor ends usually up at that late October, early November. And again, we transition on a normal year right into futsal. If you're not, and I need a little explanation with that futsal word as well a couple years ago, but it's basically indoor soccer without the walls. And they utilize the basketball court as their court, and it's fast. And it's a weighted ball, keeps the ball down, but it's moving. You know, that game is moving. So last 2 years, that program has flourished, you know, especially with the field house online. The numbers have increased dramatically in that program. I took the same approach with the futsal expenses on the left-hand side and then the revenues on the right-hand side. The proposed volunteer expenses, especially within this program, are very, very little. Now, on the indirect expenses, I utilize what we would charge a user group for rent for that space to cover some of those indirect costs of heating, lighting, those type of things. So the indirect costs for the futsal program is estimated at $5,940. When you total them up, it comes to $6,140. The total expenses for these two programs combined would be $15,819. There we go. Some other miscellaneous factors to consider. Again, we don't have the economic impact as far as baseball and softball goes, but we do have some, and then we do have the USSSA tournament, which have already requested to host their tournament yet this fall, by the way. So they're waiting. And we do have an additional tournaments. The Mid-Kansas tournament, it was huge up until 2017. and then we're attempting to get that tournament back online. Other facility users, we do have Puma, which is our local club. In contract, we do still have a contract in place with them to provide a facility until 2022. Salina Central, Salina South, Kansas Westland, they also utilize the complex as well. And something we didn't have for you on the front side of the baseball and softball, but we're lucky enough to have it here, is the KSYSA. They already have their COVID guidelines in place. So I did list that website there for you. So all the Kansas State teams that are playing this fall are following those guidelines right there. So I gave you that website. So our recommendation is to utilize the proposed presentation or to a modified volunteer support approach for the practices and league games and tournaments this fall and early winter. Our recommendation also includes maintaining existing recreation staffing levels to help maintain the parks facilities, and while adding a field maintenance staff member to the soccer complex to relieve one of the parks members, because remember, we're adding a mowing. So we're recommending to dedicate a field maintenance staff member since baseball and softball season. Now, we do probably have a few rentals, that type of thing this fall, but virtually the baseball softball season is finished. So dedicating one of those staff members for that second mowing, we do recommend. We do recommend returning the recreation supervisor who is currently on a work share back to full time. We do recommend to provide the facilities as such for the outdoor and the indoor programming. We also, our last recommendation is to authorize an approximate additional expense of $15,819. With that, I'll give it back to Commission.
I just have two questions, and I'm not sure I know the answer. I think and we talk about field maintenance staff and park staff. Could you explain just basically why what sounds like folks from the same department are divided in those two groups?
Yes, there is a recreation division and then a parks division. And right now we have 5 recreation staff members who were helping coordinate, facilitate, and field maintenance for the baseball and softball. So we have 5 of those, and 3 of those were more or less your supervisors, because we had a lot of evenings, a lot of weekends, bathrooms, just you name it, to cover. With the decline of baseball and softball, and those current staff members are doing 2 pages full of field maintenance duties to catch up on. But we feel we can dedicate one of those to help the parks, because they are doing the mowing at the complex right now. So we can transition or dedicate one of those to help the parks out, and in return, parks can maybe address some of the other areas in the city.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, we're increasing the mowing and maintenance frequency, so we're trying to
Yes,
account
we are
for that.
increasing the frequency of the mowing from once to twice a week at least, to keep a playable surface. And we did that for baseball and softball, because mowing, especially the rain that we had, keeping up on the mowing is quite a challenge. And to have, especially for soccer, to keep that playable surface safe and ideal for soccer, it needs to be mowed twice a week. And it's at 4.5, 5 inches right now. We need it down to 2.5 to ideally to play.
In addition to safety, it allows the ball to travel so that the game plays at the pace that it needs to play at.
Correct.
So if you wanted to beat a fast team, you just go.
If you practice on tall grass at home, you may not show so well in your away game.
Right. And I think we see so many construction contracts come through here with a contingency. This is an awfully tight budget. If you go over budget, where does the extra money come from? Because if this is real tight, I'd rather squeeze out the extra dollars ahead of time.
Well, I'll try to field that one. This is kind of our best estimate, but recognizing any payroll expense is kind of addressed as we make the commitment, we staff it, we schedule it, and then at year end, we may be off some, and it just comes out of the, in this case, the department's budget, and then ultimately out of the general fund. But we don't typically have contingency for base payroll or overtime. We budget it and then try to manage to it the best we can.
So we'd be in this to completion, and if the dollars are a little off, we just handle it at the end. Okay.
I guess my question / comment would be, every week we get emails, we have people come to Citizens Forum. I know that we all, in our personal lives, run into people who express concern about the state of the parks. And I guess my question here is, at what point could we relieve the park personnel of their duties to the soccer complex and go specifically with the recreation side of the equation with the staff that's working out at the ball fields at this point?
I'm going to put Ms. Pack on the spot a little bit. We had a conversation this morning. It's really a broader answer to that is, because we have not brought any of the part-time staff on, because regardless of division, we've got staff across the board at 32-hour weeks and some of them at 24-hour weeks. The first step would be bringing staff back to a full schedule, and that creates some capacity. Having said that, we're trying to balance the prior direction the governing body's given about, budget projections and not touching reserves and addressing the projected shortfall with staffing. So I don't know if Ms. Pack can speak to how much it can quantify the hours of work share. That may not be a fair question. We just had that passing conversation this morning.
No, I figured it and I sent it to you. What I looked at is, the question has always been parks, so I looked at if we brought all park staff back, and I looked at August 10th, which is a week from now, we would gain 320 hours a week. We would lose, trying to remember this off the top of my head because I didn't bring it, but you do have an email.
Okay. Well, I can see if I
I
can
believe
find
the
it.
number was about $106,000 in savings is what we would lose from what our estimates were through the end of the year.
Now that's not a direct answer to your question, because that's parks wide. The difficulty becomes, if you say this is a priority, we're trying to minimize the financial impact. That presumes that all of our other activities, mowing and maintenance, stays the same, and we're just trying to backfill this. Next week, when we come to you with a financial study session, we'll probably be in a better position not only to talk parks, but public works and our other functions in terms of how's our actual experience compared to our projections, and what's our receptivity to taking another look at the work share approach. But this, we started down that path, then you were approached by the chamber and baseball about their particular interest, and you indicated some receptivity to that. And then we were approached by soccer, you indicated some receptivity to that. And now, chronologically, mowing and maintenance citywide a point of conversation, and we're staffing that through as well.
Thank you. And I guess my other question / comment would be on page 9, the fact that our seasonal mowing costs are basically double because we've opted to have full-time staff complete those tasks as opposed to doing our usual seasonal. And I know that we've made our commitment for this year, and if this year is a one-year aberration, I think it is important to keep our full-time staff whole. However, if we're having the same conversation next year, I think that we should maybe keep in mind that it's an expensive way to get turf mowed or trimmed or treated for weeds or whatever.
Yeah, hopefully we won't find ourselves this year. I would agree with that. But what this ultimately did is lowered our total payroll and forced us to concentrate our full-time staff on what was our highest priority. I mean, the alternative would have been all of our full-time staff continues to fulfill their responsibilities,
understand,
and
right.
then we have to bring on more part-time staff.
Right,
So
right.
it
I
was-
understand. I mean, I understand. I participated in those conversations. I understand that. And then I guess my final question is there an overall plan for bringing back the other programming? Because obviously we have dedicated soccer families, coaches that have brought us this. We had the baseball and softball people that also volunteered. But I'm thinking specifically like our special populations, our seniors, senior activities. And so I guess my question is, at what point, those are very deserving programs over, and at what point do we start to talk about bringing some of those back as COVID restrictions allow us to do so?
Well, our senior programmer and our special populations programmer have both retired. So we're going to have to fill those positions before we can move forward. But at a certain point, 2021, as soon as we can get those staff positions filled, our goal is to bring those back.
Resume that
But as of
programming.
right now, the senior programmer position is vacant, and the special populations just gave her resignation last week. So,
And I think there's probably two ways to approach that. One, we made the overarching decision about our programming, and now we're program by program revisiting that. That's one way to approach it. Or if by way of our financial conversations we say that we can take our foot off the brake and more broadly make some staffing decisions, then we can tackle it that way.
Thank you.
one of the other things that I wanted to touch on was that Travis had talked about 5 full-time staff members that work in the recreation department. Only 2 of those staff members actually run maintenance equipment at the fields. So we have 2 full-time staff members that do maintenance on those 3 sports complexes. So 2 full-time people handling 271 acres a week. So I just want to make that clear that Travis doesn't have 5 maintenance people that can do this. He has 2. And we're going to commit one of those to the additional mowings. But I just want to be clear, he doesn't have 5 people that can run equipment.
This slide says there's an additional expense of $15,819, and that ties back to the amount on page 10. Against with, as I understand it, there's an offset of $10,000 in revenues. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Yes, Commissioner Franz, we do propose there would be $10,840 based on that. Our estimated teams or participants based on that 75%.
I get it's kind of a guesstimate at this point.
Sure. But with that, we do estimate an overall cost recovery of 69% with all the indirect costs that we listed out.
Now, where I'm going with this is back to page 12. You've got a list of things we have to do. Are those things included in that $15,000 cost, or are those in addition to the $15,000 cost?
Okay, the $15,000 would be the direct and indirect expenses that we know of that it would take to run outdoor and indoor.
But does that include existing recreation staffing levels and adding a field maintenance staff member and those things?
It does not.
Okay, so those are in addition to that expense. I would like to echo in some way Commissioner Hodges' concerns. I am concerned about firing up programs and not addressing our general parks issue. We need to keep those in playable condition too. And obviously we have not, and I know people work very hard to do as well as we have. You know, I will be blunt, I'm not going to support adding programming if we can't at the same time bring people back to take care of our basic park systems. those two things in my mind have to happen together. You know, we made an exception with baseball, and I was troubled by that for the same reasons. So I think that those two things have to run together, and I think any action we take today on soccer needs to carry with it a caveat that we will also commit to bringing back, I don't know, X number of people to try to catch our park conditions up to speed. And I'm not being critical of the park department. They've done the best they can with what they have, but I think we need to give them what they need in order to bring us back up to speed.
And I understand your point, and this understandably has been an evolution on your part as the governing body in terms of the direction that you've given us and continue to give us. So I think we'll be better prepared to have that conversation next Monday when we bring you a financial study session. But up to this point, my takeaway has been that we started very fiscally conservatively with a directive, and then we've incrementally backed away from that directive, and that you've asked staff at each one of those increments to quantify for you what that impact on our estimated revised budget would be. I don't have a number for you. If the I can't quantify that caveat today.
Then can we delay this decision until next week when we know that?
From a timing standpoint,
We're already kind of against not to say that you can't. You can obviously do anything that you want, but I just know that the Y has already completed their registration. They're going to be starting league here pretty quick. So for us, soccer season starts. This is just kind of the calendar run of it right here. So we need to be rolling by September 1st, preferably, to kind of fall within the fall season period. And you've got 2 weeks worth of registration, shirts to order. You just got things that will need to happen. So that's, I guess, my feedback on that.
Yeah, and I think, I'll only speak for myself. I think there'd be enough pressure on us to try to increase park staffing, with or without this. We need to see the numbers, but I can see where time is going to be an issue. It'll be September in 3 weeks.
Yeah, I just wanted to 4 weeks. Echo Dave's comment. We're usually, a registration deadline is here this week or next week in a normal year, in order to get the practices in, get those team practices, get the teams formed, order shirts, equipment, and get games going by early September. Right now is when we normally do that.
Any other questions? Commissioner Franz? Commissioner Ryan?
Just opinion that I think it's acceptable to move this program forward and be optimistic that when we get a chance to review the budget numbers, we're going to be inclined to want to take on more of the mowing and aesthetic responsibilities we have in the past. So I'm confident it's all going to work out.
I do have a few questions, and I'm not sure who answered this. How many teams are we expecting to have in the fall in these programs? Just in the fall program, not the winter one.
Fall soccer?
Yes.
So, last fall we had around 150 players, which would have included couple teams from out of town, so we'll probably be somewhere in the 120 because we individually register.
How many local teams would we have?
Probably 12. If we had a full run at it, I'm hoping to get close to that anyway.
And are games played during the week, on weekends? When are the league games played?
Well, traditionally, which we're talking about changing, I've run on a Thursday night to give the kids a chance to play underneath the lights. That was just kind of a new thing, and then we did Saturday. On fall with football, we did Saturday mornings so that K-State football and KU football wasn't interrupted. So we took that into account. So yeah, we would do Saturday mornings, and I wouldn't necessarily anticipate doing Thursday nights just for the expense side of it. I don't want to turn the lights on necessarily.
And because I'm not familiar, how many fields are north of the parking lot and how many soccer? How many fields are south of the parking lot?
5 on the main development, which is on the north side of the parking lot, and 2 on the south side of the parking lot. 2 brand new big pads. Now, those can all be subdivided. When I say 5, there's 5 big full pads for almost all soccer, especially fall parks and rec. We subdivide those into multiple fields. So a U12 field is basically half of a full-size pad. A U10 field is like a third of a full-size pad. So you can get almost 3 U10 fields on a full-size pad, 2 U12 fields, then you go to the full-size.
So I guess what I was getting at is we're talking about mowing twice a week, and it would appear to me that you wouldn't have to use the north fields, and you could not have to mow those. I'm just looking.
The difficulty we have right now are the 2 fields, and somebody else maybe can address this in addition, is that the 2 fields that are the brand new fields over on the south side, we wore them out a little bit, so we've actually moved the goals over to the north side. We wouldn't have to use the south side. We got 2 high school teams that practice out there, so depending on how many teams we get, we might only need 1 more pad, technically, to fulfill what we need to do with
I
Parks
guess
and
what
Rec.
I'm doing is trying to balance whether we had to use, as we talk about the number of acres out there, obviously time is money because of the amount of mowing. I'm thinking there's a way not to have to mow both.
Right.
All
And
that
that is something that we've
facility,
discussed, is
and
the
that
idea,
would help
right.
with the parks too. So I think part of our job is to compromise, and I think you've heard that up here, and that's what I was kind of looking at. Is there a way to compromise to not have to mow all those fields twice a week?
And I think that's definitely something that we've discussed, where we were just going to mow the necessary pads versus starting to mow the whole complex again, right?
Okay. Couple other questions that I was going through here. The indoor futsal that's being used, that's using the field house. Are we opening the field house up for basketball, volleyball also? The rec programs this winter?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but until 2021, with the part-time people reduced or eliminated, we are anticipating going with that with 2021 January, but we have not been given any indication of.
That was what I was thinking. So I guess my question is, does it seem feasible to allow futsal to happen indoors at the field house and not basketball and volleyball?
You might speak to, we did identify a threshold for tournament and a number of teams, and then you might also speak to the efforts to have leagues at the school. I don't think it was successful, but there was some.
To have
the basketball league was looking to.
Yes. In the past, we've had our basketball teams have practiced and still have, even with the field house, have practice at the USD facilities. We could look into that as well.
I think that's something we need to talk about, because as we talk about your indirect cost, you have $6,000 for heating. Well, if we didn't have futsal in there, would that bill be considerably lower because we wouldn't put on the heat? Or if we're going to heat the building, should we be doing other facilities? Again, I think those are things we're going to have to, as a commission, at some point address, because it seems like
It sounds like it has to be today.
And that's frustrating, because I think that everybody's kind of expressed some, it would be nice to have an overall, vision or a plan for re-implementing programming. And I don't want to punish soccer because we've already let baseball happen, but then I don't want to punish basketball because we've let soccer and baseball happen, or whatever, and not having like kind of a master plan in terms of staffing back up to parks. I'm just I don't know.
If this
I had trouble with the baseball softball thing too.
We do sort of have a master plan, which is take deliberate steps. We're incrementally moving forward. I think this is the only time-sensitive issue between now and next week. But I agree, if the field house is going to be open, I even wrote down a question: who else would it be easy to let in? But I don't think we are under the time crunch for that as we are for the soccer.
One of the things that we originally discussed when we started talking about phasing things back in is we did say that we would bring programs to you as they started to phase. And we have the staff that can start basketball back up. We have the staff that can start volleyball up. It's just not their seasons. So as you talk about a plan to rephase, as these programs start to come back online and registration would normally take place, then at whatever level, we'll be back at some point in time to discuss those as well. It's just this is the soccer season.
And not to be argumentative, but I would tell you your master plan is the 2020 revised budget that we prepared that was drastic, and it cut all programming. It cut part-time staff. It cut all Parks and Rec programming. And the only conversations we've had until this point have not been a master revisiting of all of that programming. It has been an individual request from the podium that you as the governing body then said, staff, please see if you can address their concern. And these are the two concerns that have come to you that you've then directed staff to staff through.
Yeah. And I know there's a quality of life that we owe our citizens, but I know baseball, softball, part of their draw for us to look at that was the economic impact to restaurants, hotels, other things because of the number of tournaments they would bring in, which I believe they did a significant number of those by driving by facilities. So again, that
is correct. That was
one of them.
When we brought baseball and softball to you, we were hearing from the hoteliers and we were hearing from the Chamber of Commerce the economic aspects of it. And then the other unique factor was how much the organization stepped up to facilitate. So that was your conversation at that point. When the soccer conversation came up, we did have a conversation, or we did point out the differences between baseball and soccer in terms of tournaments and heads in beds and economic impact. But the conversation transitioned from that to wanting to it being an important activity and you wanting to find a way to make it happen.
Tell me, if at the study session next week, we talk about this, our updated financial condition and so on, would we be prepared to make a decision during the regular meeting to bring park staff back to try to deal with the, quality of life issues involved with having weeds neck high in some of the parks? I mean, I am concerned that we step forward and address those if we're going to do this and start talking about other programming. We also need to start talking about those issues. And I think we need to move forward with that at least an equal priority with this.
Understood. That would be my intention.
I guess the question is, can we tolerate a week delay on the soccer issue?
Doesn't sound like it.
I think what we've forgotten is most of the mowing and the maintenance that we're doing in parks is by part-time staff. By bringing our full-time staff back to do programming, they're not going to be available to do mowing. Or you're going to say, bring back full-time staff, and all they're going to do is mow. Because all of our mowing and maintenance is done, majority of it, by part-time staff.
And we have no part-time
And
staff.
we have no part-time staff.
So that incremental capacity that we were talking about earlier is what we would be able to apply to mowing and maintenance
By full-time staff, that's not their normal job.
Full-time staff that are currently on work share, but Ms. Pack's right, it wouldn't get us to senior programming and Parks and Rec programming and special populations. It's either a scheduling timing issue of when we get through the mowing season, or we then need to bring back part-time staff as well. And I know I'm repeating myself, but the 88,000 hours of part-time went to zero. Mowing and maintenance, the actual mowing and maintenance full-time staff was at 19% by the time we got work share done. And that's what we articulated when we went into this, and that we are taking other staff and dedicating them to mowing and maintenance, but that's what's contributing to those two factors, or what's contributing to what you're
And
seeing
I think
today.
Commissioner Hodges alluded to this. Obviously, it's much more economically feasible to do your mowing with part-time staff, obviously. Do we even know, is there part-time staff available out there to hire if we wanted to do mowing?
Yeah, well, two things. I mean, position by position, the hour that's spent mowing is more economical to pay a part-time person to
Right,
do
that's
that.
right.
But if you want to bring back full-time staff off a work share and then you want to hire part-time
No,
staff.
you couldn't do both. I mean, I'm saying if you
it-
did part-time and not bring, I mean, and that's.
So, given the scenario that we're in, we have I have not wanted to advertise. I have not want to have employees furloughed and on work share, and meanwhile be advertising to hire part-time or full-time positions. I mean, if we're trying to minimize the size of our organization and our payroll, I've been trying to keep it with the people that are currently on our payroll, not add bodies to payroll. In response to your question about timing, I'd have to defer to Chris, or I guess it would be Chris that might be able to speak to our ability to hire part-time.
I mean, I want to run soccer. Obviously, that's why I'm here. So, and as far as getting other things to work out, we'll make it happen. So,
I think the question is our ability to hire part-time mowers at this point in time. I know that's always been a struggle, but Chris, what is our typical season for part-time employees? I mean, we've got kids going back to college. Teachers going back to school.
Yeah, most of our staff usually by this time of the year are starting to run low on hours. But generally by the end of August, our mowing staff is about done. We have one or two that hang on that do, the grass usually isn't growing the way it is right now. I'm sure we could get a couple people to come back and mow, but most of our repeat staff that come back every summer have found other jobs for the summer. So, I mean, we could advertise. I'm sure we could find some, but we won't get our whole normal inventory of part-time employees.
From my perspective, the part-time issue is irrelevant. We need to bring people back and get them assigned to mowing and try to get that section caught up. It's been a wet summer. It's been a hard summer for taking care of this anyway. I acknowledge it's not as efficient as having somebody who's temporary, seasonal, or part-time doing the mowing for us, but it gets the job done, and that's what I'm concerned about. I think we need to address some of these pictures that I'm pretty sure most of us are getting fairly regularly from people taking pictures in the parks, and they're disturbed, Now, I will say that when I've been out and around, I was at Jerry Ivy Park the other day, and it was a little shaggy at the edges, but we had a guy out there mowing it, and it wasn't unacceptable. I mean, it was not what you'd normally see, but it was okay, and we were getting it taken care of. But I don't get around to near all of the locations in town, and obviously we're hearing from people who see the places that we're not getting to quite as often, and I just want to move forward with that, and I'd like to do that next week. I think that the financials will show that we're okay to start phasing back in, and I'm perfectly fine with phasing programs in if we also take care of this other basic need.
I think the financials will show that we've not fallen behind as much as we projected, and you'll be left with kind of a discretionary decision about what you think the future might hold financially between now and the end of the year. But I think there'll be an opportunity to talk about bringing. My assumption was we'd be talking about bringing employees back off a work share.
I know we've kind of taken off a different direction, so I think we need to open it up to the public for comment. They've sat here and listened to us pontificate long enough, probably. So I'd like to open it up for the public, if there's anyone here that'd like to comment on the soccer. Please step to the podium and give your name and address, if you would, please.
Sure. I'm Sula Ford. I live on Huntington Road here in town. One of my questions is, when I was at the last meeting, probably one before this, you had volunteers offer to go mow the public parks. Volunteer. What did you guys decide about that? I saw at least 2 or 3 men volunteer. Did you take them up on that offer, or is that not acceptable?
We have an opportunity for people to volunteer and trying to dedicate what they're going to do and where they're going to
And
do
the
it.
gentleman that
but-
gave you his card, his landscaping business, do you
Right.
guys have
Yeah,
something set
I
up with
don't know
him?
that we're intending for them to maintain the soccer fields, but
No,
we're
not the
taking.
soccer fields, but you're talking about, you don't want to do the soccer fields if you don't do the parks. The gentlemen's in the landscaping facilities that offered, or
Right.
businesses that offer to do the parks on their own at no cost, that's the ones I'm saying, could they not come in and help you guys do that? And we can still do the parks out at, the soccer field.
I will say this, I was at the volunteer kickoff, was it 2 weekends ago? And that, the gentleman that you're referring to, he was there. I know that he has, as a volunteer, is going to be doing some work on the parks. For most of us, like, I have no skill set, we're pretty much limited to weeding, collecting trash. I think they said weed eating was okay, but obviously volunteers can't be involved in any like chemical applications or working in like some of the medians that have a lot of traffic. I
Yeah.
mean, so
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
Right.
about the parks that you guys talk about, driving by Jerry
Right.
Ivy and
Right.
the Centennial Park, all that. We've had many people volunteer to go mow that public, the citizens, on a volunteer basis, and that's what I was asking if that was followed up on, and if that's an option. I can rent a weed eater. I do it at my house.
Yeah,
I mow.
yeah,
I mean,
same.
I'm not gonna get in the ditch. I'm not gonna mow across the street in the ditch. I'm not doing that, but
We
I
have-
can mow and do, so, I mean, I'm capable to help you out too. We used to go mow our own soccer fields just so we could go practice, so we know how to work. I mean, really volunteer, and I agree with you, they need to do the parks too. I mean, I live in this town, I want a pretty town, I don't just want a soccer field either, but, and as far as tournaments for your baseball and softball, if you market it right, you'd get tournaments here for soccer. You'd have the people in the hotels, you'd have them at the restaurants, if you didn't have COVID-19. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen again, but if you market it right and you get the word out, how many soccer tournaments did we go to out of town? We spent a lot of money, I know that I would love to spend it in my own town. So you can get it like baseball and softball, you just have to know how to do it and put the effort in. That's all I have to say. I think it can be done. I'll help you mow the parks if it takes, getting the soccer field back, I mean. And I know there's a lot of other people that would help too. That's why I was wondering what happened with them.
We built a system where they can volunteer. We've reached out to them. What we haven't done is been able to come up with a schedule that we can have confidence that a facility will be mowed weekly by a volunteer.
Sergio Correa, 3101 South Blightville Road. Just on the financial aspect thing, being able to have these programs, my wife's here, she can attest to this. We go out to eat when we have games and practice during the week. We don't have time to make dinner. So the people that are participating in these sports, they're spending money in this community. And a lot of them already are waiting for this kind of deadline. If the Salina doesn't do anything with sports, they're going to go start playing leagues in Wichita and other towns. So they're going to start spending their money, but outside of this town. So yeah, we're not going to bring in the money, the baseball tournaments and things like that, but there's going to be some financial impact just on the numbers of the, the soccer community that we have. Just kind of, we'll point that out if, that hasn't been addressed, but, there's some financial stuff there as well that people could be overseeing. So.
And you'll bring one more thing to Salina. Championship high school football teams.
I was on the first South High soccer team back in 2001.
Anyone else?
From a timing standpoint, if it's helpful, I think the only decision you would have to make relates to the fall season, not the indoor season.
Yeah, I think this is a reasonable proposition. And having got 3 boys through indoor football, we used to go down by the place by the airport in Wichita almost every weekend. It does develop certain skills that you just can't do outside, you wouldn't want to do outside in the wintertime. It definitely sharpens your reflexes because that ball comes awfully fast. But if you're ready for a motion, Mr. Mayor, I move we approve reimplementation of the soccer program for the remainder of 2020 and authorize funding levels of $15,819 to cover costs associated with the soccer program as outlined in the presentation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the implementation of the soccer program for the remainder of 2020 and authorize the funding level of $15,819. And so that does include the winter also.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
I just wanted to be clear. So that does include the field house, resumption in the field house for the futsal?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. That is defeated 2-3. Is there any other motions anyone would like to make?
I would move that we approve the soccer programming for the fall season. I would not know what cost to, I don't know how those costs break down. Looked like it was about a 2-to-1 split there, but
9,679.
Without the
it'd
futsal.
be without the
If I
futsal.
might have a question, Commissioner Davis, would you be willing to accept an amendment to your original motion that would allow us to review it next week after we see the financials, and if we can proceed with,
For the futsal indoor season, yeah, these guys, they're up against a real deadline for registration for the fall. I mean, because you really do have to do all those things that they described doing to get the fall season going.
Commissioner Davis, to answer your question, the proposed volunteer approach, the total direct, indirect costs would be $9,679. It's on the bottom of page 9.
And you show revenues of $7,000 to offset that, correct?
Correct.
So it's about a $2,000 cost to do the fall season.
and we could extend it to futsal later.
Futsal
It's a whole-
registrations would begin middle third week of October.
Okay, so that is something that we could delay reasonably and still allow outdoor soccer to proceed at this point.
Yeah.
Correct.
For a net of about $2,000 in costs.
Correct.
And I would strongly urge, if we do that, that not all fields need to be mowed twice a week. That would save us considerable time with that number of teams. So is there another motion that someone would
So I
like to
move
bring?
we approve soccer programming, just a second, I'm reading from the wrong sheet. We approve re-implementation of the soccer program for the fall 2020 season and authorized funding levels of $9,679 to cover costs associated with this program.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve outdoor soccer, fall soccer, at a cost of $9,679, again with approximate revenues of $7,175. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. See, we can compromise, guys.
Thank you, sir.
So, okay, and we'll address the other when we address the field house. So, okay.
Mayor, could we have a break?
Okay, how about a 7-minute break, and we'll be back here at 6:35. Okay, we are back in session and we are ready for development business, and we will move to 8.1.
I'm sorry. Item 8.1, status report and further discussion regarding the proposed replat of Phase 3 of the Grand Prairie Edition.
Okay, Ms. Driscoll.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this is not a typical type of staff report. This is really a status update and an opportunity for further discussion and direction from you as a governing body. Several things have been happening related to this plat, and wanted to just make sure everybody's on the same page about what has happened since then, and then get further direction from you on how you'd like to proceed. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about the application, just to remind you what the applicant asked for and how that application has changed and how that application has been acted upon. Grand Prairie Edition is currently 70 platted lots zoned as R1 single-family residential. The developer, Bill Shepard, brought forward a proposal in 2019 to replat the lots to create or accommodate a new housing product that was similar to a villa or patio-style home. These are slightly different than a townhome. They're individual homes, but typically have an oriented outdoor area. The current platted area, which is considered Phase 3, has 19 lots, and they average 100 feet in width. Mr. Shepard's original application that he brought forward to the Planning Commission included an application to replat the 19 lots to 36 platted lots. In addition, he was proposing a zoning change submitted to create a PDD, or Planned Development District. Because of the additional lots, they had a smaller width that wouldn't conform to the existing zoning. After a couple of meetings and further discussion, Mr. Shepard actually opted to change his application and modify that so that there was no PDD and zoning change required, rather to take the 36 lots and drop them down to 30. So that's a transition from 19 lots as currently platted to 30 lots without the restrictions related to the lot width and still being zoned R1. Additionally, this is of the 3 phases of this development. Phase 1 and 2 are already partially developed or are in development. Their infrastructure is completely installed, but houses are being built at this time. Part of platting can deal with variations. Variations were applied to this subdivision. One included maximum length of a dead-end cul-de-sac, and another a variation of 100 feet tangent lengths between all street curves. Particularly, these were applied in Phase 3, even though other portions had been built out already, because Bentgrass Drive, which is basically Phase 3 or the end of Bentgrass Drive, has slight variations from that 100-foot tangent length. Because of that, those variations needed to be asked for again, since this was a replat. In addition, the length of that cul-de-sac that was being asked for a variation from is the cul-de-sac at the end of Bentgrass Drive. So it was recommended that those also be addressed. Something worth noting is, as I mentioned, Phase 1 and 2 have their roads installed along with water and sewer. Water and sewer was also addressed in Phase 3 because when road improvements and other systematic improvements were made for infrastructure, that was put in that time to create a loop, which is beneficial to the system. So those have already been installed. So if the developer were to come back, whether he kept the same plat he has right now or some type of alternative plat and ask for specials, it would really only be for road improvements. So with that, if the replat was approved as last seen with those 30 building lots, that would take the overall 70 lots currently platted in Grand Prairie and move those to 81 lots with a net increase of 11 lots. Now, taking that to City Commission actions, on December 17th, 2019, the Planning Commission considered and acted on a request to postpone consideration of the replat request and send that to you, the City Commission, to consider enacting a temporary moratorium to address an emergency access road related to the subdivision. As you may remember, at the end of Bentgrass Drive through the municipal golf course is intended to be an emergency access road. That has been intended to be installed while Phase 3 was being constructed. So as those roads went in, the fire access road would go in. There were questions from the community regarding the safety, timing, and the assurity of when that road was going to be installed. And that prompted the Planning Commission to ask the City Commission to consider how that might be addressed. Did it need to be installed now with Phase 2? Did it need to be installed later? Did a development agreement need to be addressed? Getting down to those specifics. A temporary moratorium was put in place on January 6, 2020. That motion was considered and finalized on January 27th, 2020. A temporary moratorium was put in place for 60 days on future building permits in excess of 35 total building permits in Phase 1 and Phase 2 of Grand Prairie Addition, with an expiration date of March 30th. What the commission directed staff to do during that time was to work with the developer to address how that agreement could be made related to the timing of that emergency access road, with the intention that if the plat were to be acted on by the Planning Commission and it to move forward to the City Commission and specials were to be enacted, that development agreement for those specials would be the ideal time to tie in what details could be related to that emergency access road, timing of it, placement, those things. There was a great deal of discussion about the location of the emergency access road during the platting process with the Planning Commission. The developer did propose a new route, one that was more efficient, faster, and based on public comment. A second moratorium was considered and acted on at the, I want to get all of my dates right, on March 30th, the same day that the last one would have expired, to continue a 60-day moratorium. And that one expired on June 2nd. At the May 18th, 2020 meeting of the City Commission, you approved a third temporary moratorium establishing the temporary building permits for 35 or more for 45 days. And that was in the anticipation of, based on COVID and having public meetings halted and the ability for the Planning Commission to act, that pushed out that moratorium to July 18th, 2020. So, following COVID restrictions on mass gatherings, but still with several restrictions in place, on June 2nd, 2020, the Planning Commission met to hear 3 items: 2 zoning applications, which required public hearings, and 1 application for a replat, and that is the portion of Grand Prairie subdivision, as we've been talking about. This meeting was a completely call-in type meeting. The planning commissioners were at the dais, staff was available, but we had Salina Media Connection broadcasting, and then used the phone bridge similar to what you also did during much of the COVID shutdown. Following the June 2nd meeting, or I should say during that June 2nd meeting, the Planning Commission did act on the application, 2 items, and that included a 7-0 vote regarding approval of the variations, as I mentioned, the lengthened cul-de-sac and the exception to the 100-foot tangent lengths between curves. Secondly, they adopted a motion 5-2 requesting approval for the plat as proposed by applicant Bill Shepard. In the week immediately following that meeting, staff was contacted regarding concerns that a planning commissioner felt that they were not able to act accordingly and able to hear during the meeting. That prompted staff to reach out to the chair, discuss with legal counsel that, you know, it's critical that the planning commission be able to hear in order to make a decision. And what is the best way to rectify something like that once the decision had been made? So in working through that, the Planning Commission made the decision to basically call a special meeting on June 23rd. Still dealing with COVID restrictions, we rented out a portion of the Tony's Pizza Event Center to make sure we had significant amount of room and space. And also hired professional audio from Audio Innovations to come to make sure there was an extreme amount of clarity, and put the question in front of the Planning Commission. First, the question was, talk to us about what happened. Talk to us about, are we understanding right, and do we need to reconsider this item? And their answer to that was, yes, let's reconsider that. And when they choose to reconsider, it basically takes you to the time right before they acted. It basically removes what they did before, and you start again. Our second question to them was, do you want to watch the video from last time so that you can take in the public comment that was received, hear that audio, because there wasn't an audio problem in what was going out onto the internet and things like that, but there was this question of audio in the room. So they reheard that information, watched that video in its completion, and then also had all the material they had previously received on June 2nd in that packet. So they had been provided that information, and then also chose to take additional public comment during that meeting on June 23rd. As a reminder, they had two motions in front of them, one to deal with the variations, and then two to act on the plat. And since this was a reconsideration, we'll take those fresh from the top. The motion to accept the variations did fail on a 3-4 vote, with the commissioners citing higher traffic volumes resulting from an increase in lots and a single exit entry point in Cedar Ridge Drive as their reason for voting against the motion. Without approval of the requested variations, the proposed replat presented by the amended application did not and could not conform to city subdivision regulations. Consequently, all other considerations associated with the amended replat application were moot, and no further discussion was necessary or beneficial. The action taken by the Planning Commission does not preclude the applicant from developing Phase 3 as currently platted or submitting a revised application at a later date. As a matter of law, just to kind of remind everybody what that decision means, the Planning Commission's role in platting is to determine whether the proposed replat conforms to the city's subdivision regulations. After they've acted on that, and when they send that to the City Commission, your role is to consider the acceptance of any dedications incurred under the approved plat or any conditions recommended by the Planning Commission. An example that we talked about is conditions that had been added included getting a development agreement, dealing with the emergency access roads, some things like that. Those things would have been acted on by the City Commission. For that reason, the Planning Commission's decision from their June 23rd special meeting cannot be appealed to the City Commission. It actually needs to be appealed in district court. That appeal must happen within 30 days from the Planning Commission's decision. So June 23rd, 30 days later, actually in this case is July 23rd. An appeal petition was served. The city received an attached summons and petition regarding an appeal by the applicant, Bill Shepard, on July 23rd, 2020. Those have been attached in your packet. The appeal petition requests that the court, and I'm going to go through there's items A through D just to go through those. It requests A, that the court set aside the Planning Commission's denial of the variation request by the developer as being arbitrary and capricious, that B, find the developer's request for variations met the city's criteria, thereby rendering the decision of the Planning Commission void. C, find that the adopted findings of the city staff support the variations being granted. D, and for an order finding that the replat has been approved by the Planning Commission by a vote of 5-2, and that upon granting the variations, developers' amended replat is granted. The petition does not seek any monetary damages. Nancy Schuessler, the city's risk manager, did note that this petition does not trigger defense by the city's insurance coverage, and city's legal counsel will undertake defense of this appeal. Part of bringing this back in front of you, besides just bringing you up to date with everything that's happened, is also the issue of moratoriums or moratoria. With the most recent moratorium expired, staff checked before coming to this meeting. We currently have 31 building permits. You're previous moratoriums have had a max of 35 or a limit on 35 before taking action. And I think it's important to point out, and Greg can get into this as you have more questions, but those moratoriums were temporary and they were also consensual between the developer and the city. And so that's a very different situation than if we choose to go forward with a moratorium. And I think that is one of the reasons that staff wanted to come back and have this conversation with you and get some further direction on, is that more the road you want to go? How do we pursue this further? Staff, recognizing the developer had the right to appeal till July 23rd, compared to the July 18th expiration date of the latest consensual temporary moratorium, that only 31 building permits had been issued. Staff and legal counsel chose to schedule an update for August 3rd so that we could bring you all this information and know what happened following that appeal date before asking for further direction. You'll also notice that we did send a mailing out to the neighborhood letting them know about this meeting and about the outcome of the last meeting of the Planning Commission to make sure that those who had participated or been following were notified. That's not typical following a plat, but we had set that precedent and had wanted to keep the community or neighborhood aware. I think at this point, as I mentioned, it's really about where you would like to go with this, your concerns, your thoughts. You're now aware of the petition and summons and how, kind of the impact of our previous moratorium and what, if we decide to move forward, what that would mean. With that, I rest and I'm happy to take any questions and appreciate your time.
Yeah, if I could, I think it might be useful to explain if everything just runs its course as it currently sits, what that might look like. So, obviously, don't know what the outcome of a court appeal would be, but if no further action were taken, phases 1 and 2 are approved, and they could continue to pull building permits. And then the expectation would be at the commencement of phase 3, whether that's with special assessments or not, that in addition to the street work associated with the phase, the emergency access road would have to be installed as well. And so, if you took no action, and I'll defer to Mr. Bankson or Ms. Driscoll to correct me, but if you took no additional action, that's kind of how just the development of the subdivision would play out. Whether the plat is modified would be a function of whether they prevail in court or whether they submit some modified plat, go back through the Planning Commission, try to address the concerns that were expressed. But that's a whole process in and of itself that would have to run its course. Otherwise, the expectation would be that they would proceed with the plat as previously approved. I think that.
Yeah, and Mr. Shepherd does own all the lots in phase 3 and is paying specials on those water and sewer improvements that are there and has been paying that since they were installed. So I know that question's come up in the past with the Planning Commission of, what is his vested interest or timing or how do we know? I don't know the answer to that question, but what I do know is that those lots are still being, having specials paid on them.
The moratorium covered phases 1 and 2. If this issue of the replat had never come up, he would still be able to build those 71 lots. Was it 71 between 1 and 2?
He would be able to build
52.
51,
Yes.
wouldn't it? 70 minus the 19.
Okay.
Be 51.
So there are 70 plotted lots in Grand Prairie.
All right.
So if he had kept the plat the way it always has been, when he came in to do phase 3, we would have said, Bill, great, exciting for you. When do you put your emergency access road in? Let's get you set up for specials, all of that.
Right, but my question was going to be, without the moratorium, how many lots did he still have left to build in 1 and 2?
Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, it'd be 51 minus the 31 building permits, so he'd have 20 still available, correct?
Well, I mean,
because the question comes up, do we want to do another moratorium? He still has 20 lots he can build on anyway if there was no moratorium.
Well, I think the number 35 had come about in discussion related to an interpretation of the fire code and when emergency access roads should be installed. And so that number of 35 was kind of saying, look, any more than that, one interpretation is that that road needs to go in now. I am not trying to defend either side. I'm just sharing that that is one interpretation of it. The other interpretation is it doesn't make sense to put the road in until you actually have the other connecting piece, because you can put the road in, but then does the developer need to install the road for phase 3? And our development subdivision regulations don't say you have to install that piece. So the fire marshal's argument's always been, if you don't have a road to add to phase 3 and your emergency fire access road is at that end, how does that make sense?
Right. So if he had not requested the replat, this would have just gone on quietly. He would have built out those 51 lots and.
It would have gone on as it has,
I mean, he would
as it
he would
had
have
been
completed 1
interpreted
and
by
2.
that fire marshal.
Right. Right. With the fire marshal's blessing, he would
Yes.
could have completed 1 and 2.
Correct.
So, our purpose in extending the moratorium at this point, I think, would require us to change the fire marshal's ruling that that's not a safe route. If we don't change that, then I don't see us having a basis for. I mean, it wasn't an issue until late 2019, and whether that it should have been is another issue, but it wasn't. We weren't out there looking to see if it was safe, and no one else seemed to be concerned about it until the request for the replat came in.
Well, and I think our current fire marshal, through various comments, has noted that is not against doing the road in phase 3 either. But the fact that this came to you through the planning commission, it's really a neighborhood issue of asking about interpretation and when this road should go in.
Well, I have a strong opinion on that, but it seemed that in my mind is separate from how we considered this road before this issue came up.
Yeah, and I would add that at the time that decision was made, there was review of the code and there's an interpretation that the fire marshal is operating within their discretion. So they weighed in. We may not agree with their application of discretion, or individually people may not agree with their application of discretion, but that was the premise on which the plats were approved. And to your point, if it weren't for the replat, they'd be finishing out phases 1 and 2 without question from city staff's perspective.
Right.
If I might have a question, if Mr. Shepherd of Cornerstone prevails in court and gets the variations reinstated, I guess that's what the court action would do, what is the status of his replat request at that time? Does it need to go back to the Planning Commission with the instruction that the courts have said you can't change the variations that you approved once and you have to reconsider the replat? Or does it mean that the replat is based on the court action then approved?
Well, Ms. Driscoll read A through D, and D of that filing is for the court to order a finding that the replat has been approved by the Planning Commission by a vote of 5-2.
Okay.
I can't say that, number one, I certainly can't say what the court will do, but it doesn't mean that they'll do all
But
4
it
of those requested items either. But
it specifically calls for approval of the replat per the original vote.
that is the request.
Okay.
Now, that is approving the planning commission's 5-2 vote. Does that mean it then still comes to the city commission, or does that court decision intervene the city commission being involved?
No.
You wanna try that one?
Well, I'm assuming it has to come to the city commission because you'd still have to do the acceptance
That's
of
Yeah,
lands
of
and
the
stuff
problem.
like
to me,
the
they are,
normal process.
to me, the court case is just moving it past the planning commission.
Right.
and then
I would think it would still come to us for acceptance of the dedications.
But I think part of that, and Mr. Bankson can speak to it more specifically than I, but typically acceptance of a plat is an administrative item that you're accepting rights of way and easement dedications. You don't typically turn it away on that basis. It's, as Ms. Driscoll described, if there's additional conditions and something unique about it, that you apply some discretion, but.
I'm not sure why we're worried, actually worried about it until we get a court decision anyway.
My take on it, and I know Mr. City Attorney is flaunching at the bit to share his opinion. But I have concerns about us doing anything while the case is in the court system. I mean, I just think that's kind of a bad idea.
Mayor and Commissioners, the only point I was going to make, ultimately this decision is what is referred to is a question of law. The question before the district court is whether the Planning Commission acted reasonably or not in its action at the special meeting on the 23rd. There is, the law is clear, a presumption that they acted reasonably. It must be shown that they acted unreasonably. If the court would make a determination that they acted reasonably, of course, the original action stands. If they would find that the Planning Commission was unreasonable, what happens then, of course, is subject to the court's discretion. And while the case is pending, I don't want to get too carried away trying to predict what the judge might do. But if it's helpful, I would expect that if it was found to be unreasonable, the matter would be remanded to the Planning Commission to respond to the court's direction with regard to the variations, and then move on to their full consideration of the plat. They still have more work to do beyond the question of the variations. I think that might have been the point that that Commissioner Franz was alluding to, that I would expect the court would find if the Planning Commission were found to have acted unreasonably, there would be direction given with regard to the variations, and the matter would then be back before the Planning Commission for consideration of the plat as if they had approved the variations initially and then had gone on to the plat. And I'm not sure I don't know that I'm answering your question, Mayor.
That is helpful. That is helpful.
But
for me.
Yeah, the Planning Commission, in my estimation, has not given full consideration to the plat. We came to, that's the point about they couldn't really move to the evaluation of the plat with the determination they made with regard to the variations. So that's what prompts my thought as to what I would expect the court might do. And it's certainly counsel for the applicant's requests in the petition are those, if anything, when you're in that position, you don't want to fail to ask for anything that you might find ultimately in your favor. But my best estimate of what would transpire is what I just spoke of.
I've got a few questions, and then depending on how far we're going to go down this path, I mean, if the consensus is to just hold, then I'll reserve some of these others. I was wondering if Mr. Bankston could give us any kind of an idea about the timeline of the process. Obviously, it was filed on July 23rd. Is there any sense of when it's going to be heard, when a decision will ultimately be rendered? I mean, are we looking at 6 months? Are we looking at a year? Do you have any sense of what we're looking at?
The initial stage, of course, is the answer period in which the city would file its answer. That is a 35-day window. The case would then go on to what is referred to as discovery. That is largely a function of the extent to which the court, well, I should step back. It's a function of the extent to which, in this case, the developer is referred to as the plaintiff. The extent to which the plaintiff developer feels a need to pursue additional discovery in the form, presumably, of either interrogatories or potentially depositions of those involved in the decision. That is going to be a matter left largely to the court's discretion. It is a question of law. We don't have a jury. The court will be looking to the record of what occurred and making that judgment as to whether it was reasonable or not. So the extent to which any discovery is needed is largely a function of the extent to which the court believes that it needs any additional information that might come from that discovery. Long way of saying I don't know how long that discovery period would be. I see that as one of the variables in the case. I think once you get that determined, I would expect there'd be a briefing opportunity by both parties. And there is always the asterisk these days with the effect of COVID-19 on the court's scheduling. And I would be, it's something I could certainly pursue a little further with those in our firm that are more directly involved in litigation on a day-to-day basis. But I think for anyone, it's difficult now to predict precisely, given the ramifications of the pandemic on the court's schedule. I would like to think that the process would be more toward your 6-month mark rather than the year. But as I've said, there are certainly some variables in that process.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. One of the reasons I was concerned about that is I believe that when we established the moratorium in the first place, the 35 number, that was not an arbitrary designation. So what? And I understand we're in a difficult position of having a developer who won't be a consensual. If we were to pursue that, it wouldn't be consensual. But
Commissioner Hodges, I just want to be clear. I don't know that because I have not had that conversation with him.
Right. And I would assume that, yeah, and I want to make that clear too. But I guess that kind of leaves me with what would the status of the access road be based upon the lawsuit? It's not contingent on the replat, right? I mean, if he reaches the certain threshold, and whether that's like 51 houses, he's going to have to put that in. But I guess my question is, what does the lawsuit do to the status of the access road?
Short answer, I would hope I'm not missing anything. I don't believe it has any impact on the access road at this point in time. That I would understand to be more of a function of, well, the key triggering event at this point in time will still be the
52nd house.
Well, yes, as soon as phase, I don't know whether, not knowing Mr. Shepherd's plans as to whether he would exhaust the current inventory in phase 2 before anticipating or considering going forward with phase 3 in its current platting configuration or not. But certainly we know that any commencement or any development of phase 3 would trigger the
And we won't
construction
issue,
of the access road.
we wouldn't issue a building permit until the infrastructure was in the neighborhood. So that means the roads would need to be in, approved, finalized before we start issuing building permits. Upon doing that, that's when that conversation is triggered for the installation of the emergency access road, and wouldn't be allowed. The first building permit for phase 3 would not be issued until all of that is installed, including the emergency access road.
Right, and I think where I'm going with this is, I believe there was a rationale provided for going with the number 35 with the fire marshal. But at this point, if we're just going to let things ride and let the lawsuit play out, I think it's probably an extremely low probability that, he's going to pull whatever, like 15 building permits in the next few months. But we've got the 35 limit that we went with as a recommendation before. But now we could potentially be waiting to have 50. If he were to use up all of his inventory, we'd be getting to 51 houses without an emergency access road, because that's what the original, he has approval for an existing plat. If he hadn't requested to change that, he would just be proceeding, and I think that point's been made.
Yes.
And
I think that gets to what Mr. Scragg was
Right.
noting is, within code, you have individuals who have the ability to make discretion. One of them is the fire marshal, and the discretion that was applied to this is, yes, 30, I believe it's 30 is a number that's noted in code, but with discretion of why you may go to a higher number, there's several reasons, and the fire marshal made that decision based on that discretion of a myriad of factors of why to not require the road until the beginning of phase 3.
Again, I don't know how far to go down my list of questions. Where I'll end with right now. Where are we at with the inventory of our existing subdivisions and the status of the emergency access roads?
Take that one.
Yeah, we have one. We've pulled it. You guys have gotten a lot of information lately between COVID and everything else, but we have pulled that and are happy to share it with you. I don't know if that's something that you'd rather discuss in a study session, or if you want to take this item back up and discuss it as part of this item. I do think it is part of probably a bigger discussion.
I agree.
Because from looking at the data, this is not the only subdivision. We have several with one way in, one way out that do not have emergency access roads, and the timing of how we've used emergency access roads on other subdivisions has been similar to what's being proposed here.
Okay, so variations are evaluated, either granted or denied, by the current planning commission. The current planning commission makes their decision based upon the information that they have at hand today. Obviously, they can look at the approvals prior, but the existing planning commission has some degree of autonomy in terms of making new determinations, right?
Yeah, I think so. One point of clarification: the variations in question had to be approved to grant approval of
Right.
phase 3 that's
Right.
previously been approved. But this current planning commission took that back up, and I think some of their findings of fact related to the added traffic volume associated with the replat.
Right.
So that's a long way of agreeing with you.
Okay. And the original variations were a 600-foot cul-de-sac to what length? It was really long. It was like, what, 2,600 feet or something, 3,000?
It's significantly over what is in code, and that is Bentgrass Drive.
Okay. And then the variation, you just mentioned the 100-foot tangent.
Yeah, I think it's like 98 or something. It's just so slightly off. In fact,
Okay.
I had to have engineering staff sit down and calculate it because it's so slight. You would, a lot of times when you see a tangent that's excessive, you would notice it. In a design, this is so slight that you have to really, really verify it. And the only place that those tangents are over that 100-foot is on Bentgrass Drive on that latter part. And that's why staff and legal counsel recommended that these be reapproved with a replat. It's quite uncommon when you go to do a replat to redo variations, because a lot of times if the streets have already been installed, then the variations have already been addressed. But these variations are street related, and the portion of the street that hasn't been installed yet are the portions that these variations were associated with.
Could you explain for someone who might be watching TV and myself what difference the tangent degree makes?
I am not an engineer and will never pretend to be one, but you're basically talking about it's the excess of the curve. So you don't want a road that's doing this because it's not good for sight lines, it's not good for traffic flow, it's not good for safety of pedestrians, a variety of things. And these tangents, because of the geography of that longer portion of phase 3, are just slightly over that amount. And so, or less in one situation, I think. So that's where they need those variations. And that was kind of the findings related to those two variations, is due to the geographical constraints of kind of that odd topography out there, and with having the golf course and other uses surrounding it, that it needed that extra.
And that curve would have nothing to do with the ease with which you could bring a fire truck through. Okay.
I was about to ask.
Unless it was extreme.
Yeah,
Yes,
could,
but I'm sorry, I want to make myself clear. The answer, why I'm saying no is because our fire marshal has verified that is not an excessive curve that would have any issue, and hence one of the reasons that through discretion did not require that emergency access road at that point.
I was about to confirm that if we drove this street, if the tangents are that minor, there's such a minor difference between what's required and what's there. If we drove the road in both of those states, we probably would not notice the difference.
No.
I would guess.
And a lot of times you can see them right on the site plan. They'll be excessive, but these, like, we really had to calculate down, and they're just slightly off from what the base standard is.
And in some regards, would it be that the variations exist because the city and the original Mariposa developers, they worked a deal out there so that the golf course could fit into the strange topography of this? So I think variances were expected all along throughout this development, is my impression.
Yeah, I guess I can't maybe speak to what kind of a deal originated, but it's not abnormal for variations where you have strange topography, and that can be whether it's geography or kind of constraining uses. And I do know that just in looking at the history of the plat, that there was some kind of swapping with how holes needed to be laid out and dealing with drainage that did kind of change how these roads were laid out.
Could I ask one more thing? I don't know if it's related, but if Mr. Shepherd would choose to use a community improvement district to finance this road, could that be rolled into the special assessments? Is that an item that can be combined with special assessments, or
so that has
pay for that outside of?
No, that's an excellent question, Commissioner Ryan. That was identified in the staff report, that through some staff research, a CID can be used to pay for the emergency access road. Emergency access roads do not qualify in Kansas for special assessment financing. So if the developer needed to financially wrap all that together, and I think that came up because one of the things that were discussed during the platting process was when we go to do special assessments, it's essentially a development agreement that you can identify timing of when things need to go in, how they need to go in, and some of those exact features, and that those two financial mechanisms had been identified.
Practically speaking, it would have the kind of the net effect of special assessments. It would be an alternate tool to impose benefit costs on phase 3 only. It wouldn't be able to extend to phases 1 and 2.
Just one last question. Now, if the appeal is approved by a judge, can that decision be then appealed by the Grand Prairie residents? Or would it come back to the Planning Commission, and at that point, there could be an appeal? I'm just trying to figure out how that process would work.
It's my understanding that a decision by the district court, the Salina County District Court, in this case, there is an appeal right from any decision by a local district court to the Kansas Court of Appeals. Oftentimes, the court will, it's more difficult to expect a court to address issues of fact. It is more common that on appeal they would address issues of law. That was one of the reasons I mentioned the current Kansas cases tell us that, now I should say it was the leading case involved a planning commission's review of a plat. In that case, the court identified or determined that the question of reasonableness is a question of law. So I would understand that it is subject to appeal by either party, and that on appeal, it would be a matter of full review by the appellate court because it is a question of law. If it's a question of law, the court looks at it and can substitute its judgment. If it's a finding, if it's an issue of fact, they'll be deferential to the trial court because that's where issues of fact are more readily determined. So I believe it could be appealed by either party. Any appeal beyond the Court of Appeals is a matter of the discretion of the Supreme Court as to whether they take a case or not. But this case, I think, would be, or would be subject to an appeal to the Court of Appeals by either party.
And by either party, you mean either Cornerstone Development or the city of Salina?
Correct. Correct.
Gotcha. And so there's a possibility if the property doesn't develop beyond the 51 lots, that access road might never go in? It'd just be in limbo?
I'm not the fire marshal, but in having conversations that were previously kind of discussed with Planning Commission, I think it would have to be identified, like if we didn't see action, I mean, with all of this going on, you know, kind of looking for a duration of what is actively going out. And if phase 2 has been completed and we still see no movement on phase 3, you know, the fire marshal said as part of that discretion is if you're not going to complete phase 3, then we need to have a talk about the timing of that road. But it's always been based on the impression that following phase 2 and completing that phase 3 would move forward with the road.
Kind of
So-
late to have that conversation after the houses are in, though.
Yeah,
I mean, if
I'm not aware of a basis if they just walk away from phase 3 to force the emergency access road. As Ms. Driscoll said, they're currently paying the special assessments for water and sewer on phase 3,
But there have been instances in other developments where we have, and I take your point about connecting. Right now, there's not a road to connect to, but in other developments, we have required them to put in the temporary access road to provide for that access. And it's something I guess we're probably more likely to do now than we would have been 20 years ago or 30 years ago or whenever this.
yeah, and I also don't want to speak for the fire marshal, but I think there was a discretionary determination made that phase 1 and phase 2 were sufficient. I mean, there are some turnarounds and there's some unique configuration of the street, so I can't say one way or the other whether they factored that into their decision that the fire marshal at that time would be fine with that if it never went any further, but you kind of have to presume that given the approval that was granted and the conditions that are in place.
I think one of the different things about phase 3, and I think it's just something worth considering, is in some subdivisions I've worked with in the past, if you get through phase 2, there's nothing for phase 3. It's just there's nothing there, where this phase 3 has already investment of that water and sewer. So it does change the developer's, I think, investment and intention a bit. Because you've already sunk quite a bit of money into paying those specials over the long term. So even if you're not going to develop, I think there is some likelihood that you're going to find somebody else to do it. Not to speak for what they would or wouldn't do, but it is a little bit different than other developments where you don't have an investment that's already made.
They've already got sunk costs.
Correct.
I have a couple comments, and I don't think there are questions. So at this point, I think we'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment? Okay. So I'll bring it back to the commission. I guess at this point, if there's really no motion on the table or any action to be taken unless someone...
No, I don't think, for me, I don't feel compelled to do anything. I've been learning how to put this on. But, all right, to move on even a temporary moratorium, because we're trying to have it both ways. You know, if we think the road's not safe for 51 lots, then we need to go back and invalidate what the fire marshal said before. If we're not going to do that, then whatever the code allows it to go out to safely, I would think would be our limit, or whatever the agreement was. But we're trying to live on both sides of that fence, and it's just, you know, if we're not going to change what the fire marshal says, then we've agreed in principle to let it go to 51 lots.
You know, my impression is when this subdivision was originally platted and accepted, the fire access road was designed to connect to the end of Bentgrass Drive, and to me that means it was intended to be built when that terminal cul-de-sac on Bentgrass was built. There was no discussion of phasing at that time. Then Mr. Shepherd comes in and he does phase 1, which doesn't really affect Bentgrass Drive except maybe incidentally. It's off on the other leg. Then he comes in for phase 2 and he increases, it goes to 51 lots. And that was approved without changing the requirement for the access road. It seems to me that if we were going to change the requirement for the access road, that would have been the time to do it. To come back now and say, oh, you've got to build an access road that's twice as long, and that you're probably going to have to tear out in 2 years when you do the final phase, to me just seems to be kind of nonsensical. So in my view, you know, we approved 51 lots, I hope that's still the right number, in phase 2 without the access road. And I think that going back and trying to establish moratoriums or change that requirement at this point is a bit, hate to use the word, arbitrary, because it's already been approved with 51 lots with no access road.
I believe we did the temporary moratorium as just kind of a stopgap deal because there was a lot of concern about different things.
That, but if we
I do believe that the phase 1 and 2 had been approved by prior planning commissions and prior city commissions. I personally believe to not allow the developer to proceed with all of phase 1 and 2 is a concern to me, that we are harming Mr. Shepherd by not allowing him to do that. And I think there's other ramifications we could run into.
Concur. I mean, the time to do that was
yes
at the approval of phase 2.
And again, everything that I can remember reading out of all those pages was the emergency access road went in before anything could be developed in phase 3.
And what is now
so
phase 3,
I think
yes.
Just continuing on the way we are, and again, if you're concerned about the length of Bentgrass Road and the number of houses, you don't have 51 houses on Bentgrass Road because you have a number of them that go to the northwest instead of the northeast. So you're probably down to that 35 homes on Bentgrass as you go to the northeast. Again, from driving that location numerous times, it's not your typical entrance. You've got an entrance and an exit. You've got plenty of room there, I think, for fire trucks, ambulances, even if there was something to happen there. So,
Well, you do at the beginning. I mean, the way only justification I would see is for changing it if some bad experience proves to us that it's inherently unsafe, then I think we're justified in going back and changing the terms of the agreement. Otherwise, I'd agree with you.
Yeah,
I mean, we made an agreement, and
I think that's
should honor it unless it's proven to be unsafe.
And literally, the only reason we're having this conversation, because obviously I'm not going to be searching through plats and things. The only reason we're even having this conversation is because of a request to change the plan. And frankly, what I recall from reading earlier, I never saw in the original stuff a phase 3. It was always phase 1, phase 2. So at some point we got to phase 2A and 2B. I can't even call it phase 3.
Yeah, the original stuff, there was no phasing.
Right.
Except when they did the first part of the development. I'm not going to call it phase 1 on this other leg of the subdivision. I can't remember the street. At that point, there's some staff documentations referring to that as phase 1, and then for phase 2 was kind of everything else, but that was not at the developer's initiative. Staff just used that as a way to distinguish between future assessments for water and sewer as opposed to complete assessments for the full development in what they called phase 1. So it was kind of like, this is phase 1 and this is everything else. We're going to call that phase 2, but there was no inherent assumption there that was all going to be developed as one piece. And it wasn't. The developer came back and did a part of it.
Just currently fire hydrants go as far as the whatever finished road there is, I'm assuming.
Yes. Those would have been installed as part of completing that road and infrastructure portion for phase 2.
Okay. So it's just a matter of being able to get the truck, or
I don't know if
the truck as close as its longest hose attached to the furthest hydrant. Because functionally, that's as far as you want to go.
I guess I want to be really clear. What is in phase 2 is what is required by code to have been installed based on our subdivision regulations and fire code as safe to fully install phase 2.
So with
I would
that,
also point out that phase 2 does have a cul-de-sac at the end of it. It's not just a dead-end street that you can't turn around on. Matter of fact, I think there are 2 cul-de-sacs, 2 turnarounds on that stretch of road. So it's not like there's a place you can't turn around. They're there.
So then we need to do nothing.
That's what I say. With that, are we ready to move on to 8.2?
I guess, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. From a staff's point of view, I don't want to be in the position of having this get beyond you and having it come back. And I want to make sure that you're comfortable with maybe what I'm hearing is following maybe the results of what happens in court, to bring those results back to you, to let you know what happens. And because that could affect several things related to how the applicant handles the plat. If they want to pursue that, it could affect maybe if that doesn't go in court as they were hoping, I mean the applicant, there is the possibility that they can, revise their plat. There are different things. So I'm wondering if maybe there's a check-in point that you would find reasonable to kind of touch base with you.
I would guess once we get a rendering from the court, that's when we need to be updated.
Does that seem
either
reasonable?
way. Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Well, that would be,
just mount a vigorous defense of our planning commission's decision and keep us posted as court things transpire. Like when we do our, when we reply, when there's a determination made, whether or not the discovery is going to be allowed, as you would get any updated timelines in terms of important dates. That's what I would like to see. Or if he withdraws his lawsuit or in favor of submitting a different plan, because that you indicated that would be a possibility for him to do.
So what I'm hearing is maybe some of those details could be addressed through maybe Mike Scragg's kind of updates and things like that to you, an email of maybe what dates and periods. But I think maybe when everything is said and done, maybe something like this to kind of touch base with you, letting you know if the applicant has made another choice, just to keep you in the loop. It would make me more comfortable. But I'm going to look at my boss to make sure if that is.
No, I think I don't think any action is necessary today, but we'll commit to you that we'll, as we hit milestones, we'll report those to you. And when we reach a conclusion, it'll really kind of depend on what the conclusion is. It may run its own course. The developer may reapply, or we may need to provide you an update of here's where things stand in light of the final conclusion.
And excuse me, if I may, Mayor, Commissioners, along that line, I had spoken with Jake Peterson, one of my partners who is a litigator, about assisting or taking the lead role in the case. He has prepared an entry of appearance. I asked that he wait until we had this opportunity to speak with you this evening, but he is prepared to file tomorrow that entry of appearance on behalf of the city in defense of the case. So.
Thank you.
Okay, 8.2.
Item 8.2, resolution number 20-7857, adopting application fees and charges for the placement of wireless telecommunications facilities in the public right-of-way.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Last Monday, you approved on second reading ordinance number 20-11024. And that ordinance established standards for the construction and maintenance and modification of small cell facilities in the public right-of-way. Back in 2014, when our current wireless communication for right-of-way installations was adopted, there was also a fee resolution adopted that established fees, and partially because of the complication and not knowing how the applications would come in, we had a fairly elaborate fee schedule, and it required an initial deposit, and then it required that staff keep track of its hourly work on the review time for those installations. As I noted, Ideatech ended up installing about 34 locations in the public right-of-way. As with other aspects of wireless communication facilities, the Kansas legislature placed limits on our local control, not only dealing with installation, but also dealing with the fees that could be charged. And so the legislation contained a provision that states that cities may not charge more than $500 for a small cell facility application that is for co-location, and no more than $2,000 for a new wireless support structure. It also allows for the submittal of a consolidated application with up to 25 individual locations under a single permit. And then it further requires that cities render a decision on those applications within 60 days. As we discussed, that pretty well precludes having public hearings or doing anything through the zoning process. So because our fees were zoning based and based on a zoning process, and because the FCC has also weighed in and provided guidance on what fees are presumed to be reasonable, we have come forward with a recommendation that our current 2014 fee resolution be repealed and be replaced by new fees that would be a standard $500 for each application. And that would be regardless of whether it's a co-location on an existing support structure or the placement of a new support structure. And so we felt those fees are safe and within the confines of what the state legislature has allowed. But we think the previous process of having a $1,000 application deposit and then having billable hours would not be compliant with the statute. So the goal is to recover our reasonable actual costs in administering the ordinances, and those fees are within the guidelines established by the Kansas legislature. So you would have the option of adopting the new fee schedule, adopting that fee schedule with any amendments you think are appropriate. You could postpone consideration to a future meeting date and provide staff with direction if you think additional information is needed before you vote, or you could deny the resolution, which would have the effect of leaving the current fees in place, which would conflict with state law. So our recommendation would be option 1, and we do have Aaron Martin here with Clark Mize Linville, who assisted with reviewing the state legislation and the FCC guidance to make sure our fees were in line. So with that, I'd be open to any questions, or Mr. Martin's available as well.
Questions? No questions. Public comment? Don't see any public left, but okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor Hoppick, I move that we approve resolution number 20-7857, adopting the new fee schedule.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7857. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. That will lead us to 8.3.
Item 8.3, resolution number 20-7858, authorizing the mayor to execute a small cell master license agreement with USCOC Nebraska Kansas LLC.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I think you can see a recurring theme here as we start most of our reports by citing action taken by the Kansas legislature. But in 2019, they adopted Senate Bill 68, and a result of Senate Bill 68 that prohibited cities from entering into franchise agreements with wireless service providers or wireless infrastructure providers. The state law does allow cities to regulate these providers through other mechanisms, such as a master license agreement, which is what we have before you this evening. We did want to point out that back in 2014, the city of Salina did approve a franchise agreement with Ideatech, now doing business as Zayo. They are not a wireless service provider, but they're a wireless infrastructure provider. In other words, they put the infrastructure in, and then they try to lease that infrastructure to service providers. That was done through a franchise agreement, which authorized them to install their wireless facilities in the public right-of-way, also authorized the city to collect franchise fees. But the 2019 legislation I cited now prohibits the city from doing that or collecting franchise fees from providers such as U.S. Cellular. So we cannot assess or collect franchise fees, but we can assess fixed fees for each small cell facility deployed in the right-of-way. And we've had ongoing discussions, extended discussions with U.S. Cellular. We've had pre-application meetings where we've looked at locations throughout the city, and it appears that they're considering between 20 and 30 locations throughout the city. They're interested in rolling out 5G service and installing a network here in Salina. So they have requested approval of a small cell master license agreement that would authorize them to use the public right-of-way to install their network. So if you approve this evening, you'd be allowing them limited access to the city right-of-way to install their facilities, either on existing poles or on new support structures in accordance with the ordinance and regulations that you just passed. And so the agreement is set up to provide definitions, to provide an agreement term, provisions granting them the use of our right-of-way, authorization for them to install their own poles, compensation to the city for use of our right-of-way, and requirements for relocation and removal of equipment if they cease using them, as well as insurance requirements and indemnification and hold harmless provisions. There's also a supplement agreement that would come into play if they requested permission to install antennas or equipment on municipal facilities. So they're not widespread, but there are locations where the city of Salina owns light poles or poles that serve both to support traffic signals and street lights. So for example, at the corner of Belmont and Ohio, there's support poles that support both street lights and traffic signals. Those are owned by the city. If they requested permission to install an antenna there, then the supplement agreement would come into play. So as this is structured, this agreement would run for 10 years and it would automatically renew for 3 successive 5-year terms unless either party provided notice that they wish to not renew the agreement. And then as far as compensation, the agreement spells out 3 forms of compensation that the city would receive. If they attach a small cell antenna to a municipal facility, that is a city-owned pole, such as at Belmont in Ohio, as I cited, they have to pay rent to the city in the amount of $270 annually for each attachment. That $270 number is based on the guidance from the Federal Communications Commission as what they deem to be reasonable. And those payments would be made annually for the life of the agreement. If they install a pole or wireless structure of their own in the right-of-way, and they would have to pay the city $125 annually for each of those locations, and that would be termed a licensed pole fee. And then if they also have ground equipment associated with that, they would have to pay the city $100 annually for each location as a ground space fee. So instead of franchise fees, the fees charged would be based on the number of locations that they have within the city, and then they would be billed annually for those locations, either as rent, a license pole fee, or ground space fee in lieu of a franchise fee, which would be based on their gross receipts. So this master license agreement has been reviewed extensively by city staff, by legal counsel, and by at least 2 or 3 legal counsel that I know of working for U.S. Cellular. So it has been thoroughly vetted and it has meets with the approval of all parties. So option 1 would be to approve the attached resolution 7858 and authorize the mayor to execute a small cell master license agreement with U.S. Cellular. You could postpone consideration of the application to a future meeting date to allow staff or the applicant to provide additional information, or you can decline to approve the agreement and provide further direction to applicant and the staff. But we believe that the agreement that's been put together is the best that can be done given the constraints and the preemptions that have been exercised by the legislature and by the Federal Communication Commission. So there is a possibility that this would be the first of a couple. I know that we've been working actively with Verizon on the same request. They're not quite as far along, but this small cell master license agreement may be duplicated with additional providers in the future. And again, some of the people I spoke with Verizon were not aware of IdeaTech's installations and were not aware that Verizon was even leasing some of those spots. So I don't know how many of the 34 spots that IdeaTech has installed infrastructure in are active, but one of the themes from the state legislature and from the FCC is that they're not forcing cooperation, they're not forcing co-location, they're letting each service provider operate their independent network. So there may be some, what appear to some to be duplication, but that's just a product of the limitations that those entities have placed on local government.
Question, I had maybe a two-part question. One, on the fees, are those locked in for 10 years? And with the automatic renewals, do those stay the same, or is there a negotiation on those new rates?
I will defer that one to Mr. Martin.
Seems like a long time to keep a rate the same, but.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Aaron Martin, Legal Counsel with Clark Mize and Linville. So the fees, the recurring fees that we're now talking about in this master license agreement, as Mr. Ender mentioned, those are highly regulated by both federal and state law, but federal law gives us the best guidance in terms of exact dollar amounts that are acceptable. And specifically, the FCC has given us a safe harbor amount of $270 max for any recurring fee that it will deem reasonable. Anything above that will need to pass muster under a three-part test that the FCC has established. And early on in this process, when we were looking at the city's actual costs and trying to set the fees, we had talked about the concept of an annual inflator. Obviously, that didn't make its way into the agreement. After some discussion with the providers, they took exception with that because it would immediately, every year, keep taking it above the FCC safe harbor amount, and wanted some justification for each time that was being done. So we did not end up with that. The $270 cap is not an absolute cap. We could go above that if we felt like we could justify it based on the city's actual costs of keeping track of these things in the right of way and managing to them. So that's a policy question to consider. But we currently do not have an inflator built in, and it will be $270 maximum, possibly less, depending on what's being done for the life of this agreement.
I agree. It seems like a long time for
25 years with no, yeah.
But, Aaron, I hate to throw you a curve, but could it be structured to be $270 or the maximum harbor amount, whichever is greater in any given year?
I believe we could do that. Yes.
So if the federal, if the limit went up, then it could at least go up to the safe harbor amount?
Yes, I think ultimately whatever the fees are, we just need to be able to justify that that's a reasonable approximation of our fees and costs. The $270 number that we've been referencing is only applicable to when the provider is installing facilities on a city-owned structure. That was deemed to be the most intrusive action, and therefore was assigned the $270 fee. From there, that the fees are scaled down at something less than the full $270 on the basis that it would just simply take less time and resources from staff to keep track of it. I believe it's $125 for a new pole every year, and $100 additionally for any ground-mounted equipment. So $225. But yes, we could build in.
I like the idea if we can do that because, I mean, obviously, whoever's doing that, we're going to be paying them more, so our expense goes up over a 25-year period to maintain the list and to check this. So
Was that the option to increase it up to that amount, or it would necessarily go up to that maximum amount?
I think you could build it that it is this dollar amount or the maximum amount.
Or the maximum
permissible
amount,
at that
yeah.
time, whichever is greater.
I believe we could accomplish that, and that would be allowed under the state and federal law.
Any other questions? Public comment? Okay, if not, I'll bring it back to the commission for action. And
Mayor, move the city commission approve resolution number 20-7858, authorizing the mayor to execute a small cell master license agreement with USCOC Nebraska Kansas LLC to allow the installation of a small cell telecommunications network in the public right of way.
include the
think we need to-
language
I'm
about
sorry,
the,
with an amended language to,
Establish the fee as the specified dollar amount or the maximum permissible, you have a term for that? You've called it the safe harbor, but is that what you want to reference in the agreement?
Yes, I don't believe there's a term we have to use, but that the
maximum allowable by federal law.
the maximum allowable recurring fee allowed by applicable law.
Got it.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7858 with an amendment to establish the fee to be the maximum amount allowed by law.
Federal law.
By federal law. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Okay, thank you. That leads us to other business, and I believe there was some individuals that maybe wanted to.
I just have one topic. I would, however we get there, like to instruct staff that anyone joining a citizen board have to either read our public policy, ethics policy, I'm leaving some other part of it out, or when available, take an electronic course, but basic education that's needed for parliamentary process, basically how to conduct a meeting, conflict of interest, and ethics. Before they sit, I mean, if they don't have the motivation to do that, I'd really question their motivation to sit here and read, 150 to 200 pages of material that'll come for a meeting. Now, each board will have its own special, unique orientation. Now, Arts and Humanities is going to orient someone differently from the Planning Commission, from the Heritage Commission, but just for the basic, this is how we run a meeting, and this is what you can do, this is what you can't do. I think to make it easier on staff, we probably have those component parts in written. I'm sure we have our ethics policy in written form, but so you have to read it and you have to sign the sheet of paper that says you read it.
We can certainly do that and turn that around quickly. Then we can build on that, whether that's a video or some other training format. But, admittedly, it's a little complicated, but at least they've read it and they should know to ask the right questions, or they should know the topics. And I'm calling it an affidavit that they acknowledge that they've been provided it and they have read it.
And if they have questions, assign someone in the office who is that question answerer.
Right,
Yep.
right, an ombudsman.
I appreciate that approach. That's something that we can implement quickly. The taking it to the next level of interpretation training and meeting every member at their schedule of their choosing is the hard part.
We might have some resources in the Sunflower Coalition who can put the video together for you.
What, in the meantime, I mean, if that's something that's pretty easy to turn around, I mean, I think that it needs to be communicated, at least in my opinion, and that might not be shared, that we're going to have those signed affidavits that they have read. I don't care if you make them initial it 10 times on a page. I have read and I understand this. I've read and I've understand this, but that they need to have that on file before they can participate in a meeting. Because I think that they need to understand that we do take it seriously. It's a serious matter, and
I think at one point we even discussed having that as part of the expression of interest application, and it was thought that might deter some people from applying.
Yeah.
But because they may read some stuff in there and they'll say, "Oh, no, I can't do this."
That's a good point. I think we could turn that around with one caveat. I don't know what we have on the calendar this week, or there'll be a little bit of implementation time. But if the expectation is provide them written documentation and expect them to read it rather than spoon feed it.
I think that's a small step we could take that would show some some movement, you know, and, you know, I recognize that may be a problem to get people to come to an orientation session and sit down, and if they miss it, you know, that's a little bit bigger of an issue. But I still think if we can't lead them to water, we're going to have to bring the bucket of water to them
Yeah, I
and
don't
say,
think
this is.
the bar's too high there. You could certainly do that in the first 10 minutes of a meeting, whether they're a new member or if you're seating a number of new members according to their period of the year.
And I would envision they get, you know, that Monday that we announce that they are on that commission, they get that Tuesday morning, because give them a week or two, because that's, you know, not everybody can sit down and read that in one night, let alone in one meeting, and just, you know, go through it, because most of them are going to have at least a week before their first meeting anyway, I would think.
Do any of our boards or commissions require a financial disclosure like the ones that we do? Or would that be something that would be worth including as an example for what financial interests are?
I don't know that we formally facilitate any of those.
Right.
We have some that make that disclosure. And Greg, do you want to add to that?
I just thought it might be illustrative for.
To your question, the governing body is the only body or where each of you are required to make that disclosure, being the elected officials. But
I think
it is.
Beyond that's a little intrusive.
I think just providing, though, the blank form so that people can see what kinds of things can present a conflict. I'm not saying that they need to fill one out, but at least if you've seen it, you're at least starting to go through that mental checklist of, oh, my spouse works for this person. I had a $20,000 contract with that particular firm, even though it was only, a contract and I'm not a regular employee or what have you. I mean, I just think that it gets people started thinking about what that looks like. Right.
You don't need a motion for that, do you? No. Okay. Okay.
Your mic's not on.
I'm sorry. No, don't need a motion. I think I understand where you'd like to go with that. I do have one other item of just general interest when you're ready.
Any other business? If not, I accept a motion for adjournment.
Adjourn.
Second.
Got a motion, and a second.
Just want to share with you.
Oh, you did have something.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
I said, well,
sorry.
maybe I didn't, but
I learned this morning.
We're rolling right over.
I learned this morning that we had a classic car